Hey there guys, it's Metro, and today we are back, and it is my pleasure to tell you that the stream is brought to you by the Coldest Water. Now, we've been talking about this product a lot, but I think with the name being the Coldest Water, a lot of people probably don't even really think about the fact that it also works on hot stuff, right? So I think it was for like Christmas or something. It might have been my mom's birthday. I got my mother these coffee mugs. I got her the 24-ounce one, I believe. And she was actually like really shocked. Like she's just a big coffee fan, but a lot of times she'll drink, she'll like maybe have too much coffee in the morning and then doesn't want it again, but she wants to come back to it later, right? So it's funny at the office, they always put the coffee in the microwave. Like, Jesus. I mean, that's just so ridiculous. Like morning coffee, 8 a.m., and then they're having it at like 2 p.m. and they're putting it in the microwave. I'm like, hey, we have a solution to this nowadays in 2022. So yeah, we got this coffee, and she has confirmed that she's literally able to put coffee in it at 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. whenever she puts it in there, and it will stay warm until she leaves work, like past 3 p.m. basically. I don't think she drinks it past that, but yeah, it'll stay warm for hours in that cup. She was like raving about it. It was funny, but she did say that she forgot the lid one day. And that really did hinder it. Like, it comes with this plastic lid that I guess helps obviously retain the heat, but also helps you drink it. She went to wash it and took it home to wash it, and then she forgot the lid, and she's like, well, it still stayed warm till like 11 or 12 even without the lid. So yeah, I was really I'm glad to hear that, because honestly I don't really I'm not really a big fan of like the cold stuff in my my drinking habits, but yeah, maybe I'll get a small one for tea or something, but yeah, it's pretty cool, man. They got great products, I'll tell you what. Wouldn't be working with them if I didn't believe it. So hope you guys will check out the links in the description and maybe pick yourself up a mug. But today we are back here with the reset. Just finally occurred now, and no more necrotic, thank God. Those days are behind us now. Probably won't see it again for the rest of the season. I don't know about that part, but I don't know when I expect the season to end, but I think it's I know I would have said it was like rapidly coming to a close, but I think 925 is coming soon. But they did say that the patch won't be the same day the season ends. So we do have a while, I would imagine. But whether or not I don't know. What a week are we in right now? Let's see. I'm pretty sure we're coming towards the end of the first full rotation. I think this is the last week for it. Let's see. Last week was week 11. This is week 12 now, so full rotation. Next week we will see Sanguine Grievous, and that will be the first week of the preseason of this season. So that would have still had the old fixes last time, but yeah, we've already seen the whole rotation now. So today should be, well, I guess we'll just get the keystone and find out. Let's head over to it, and we'll open our vaults. And hopefully we'll finally get tier legs, but I doubt it. Legs in general is all we really want. Maybe a trinket. We got our weapon last week. But yeah, I think ideally we have legs. That would be our biggest potential gain, I think. Pep battle thing again. Pep battle thing again, we don't want that. No legs. We got a cloak, versatility and mastery. We have a crit haste cloak, so keeping that one. Socketed belt, but we have the legendary. Well, so really no options here. Honestly, I might take the transmog. It's a cool transmog, to be honest. Do I want another gem or do I want transmog? Yeah. Could always get transmog later, I guess, right? The gem would be good. We do have a couple. Where can it go again? It can go in helmet too. I already have a socket in the helmet. Let's take the gem though, either way. To go get the gem. Right? I don't actually remember how it works, to be honest. Hey, Griffin. I sadly had to make tier legs on my lock last week because I can't seem to find gloves. Oh, no. Is that a bad thing, I guess? Okay, we got Inspiring Quacking. Is that what it was supposed to be? Yep, that's correct. Add our final thing to the list here. So this week, honestly, well, it's tyrannical again, so yeah, I don't know, man. Seems like an easy week to me, so I'm gonna go ahead and say it is. Inspiring, obviously, can be tough, but not really, honestly, many dungeons, so. Hey, Metro, finally, Necrotic out of the way. Yep. Yeah, and so the next time it would come around would be in... so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more resets. It would come around again, so we have a long time before that comes back. Monsieur Kitaro. Hey, I've been watching you for a bit now. Quick question. What are your suggestions on learning to use defensive CDs and such? Been struggling a bit with 17s and am 260 eye level. Well, for Blood DK, the big thing is like your cooldowns are up so frequently, especially now in season 3 with You really want to just use them as rigorously as you can. Like don't wait, you know? I think a lot of people, especially those people who might have played like Prot Warrior or like other tanks in general, they sit on their CDs a lot as Blood DK, and that's like so bad. Like Blood DK is pretty flimsy on its own. You know what I mean? Like if you did an entire dungeon without ever using any of your actual CDs and only use Death Strike, it would be chaos. Like you'd be getting slaughtered. But especially now with Rune Weapon uptime, you know, you could have that potentially up really high if you're really dedicated towards it. So big thing is just not letting your CDs languish a bit, you know. Okay, where do we actually do this? Let's see. Okay. You can actually get gold too, which is interesting. I wonder how much gold you get. Is it more than a Progenitor Essentia would sell for? Probably not. Oh wow, a Renown thing as well. I didn't know they had that. 25 Genesis modes? Are you joking? They added a bunch of stuff. Alright, anyway, we're taking the socket. And we can put this in wrist, neck. What neck do we have? 272. Really high haste neck though. I'm trying to like find things that won't be upgraded, but they're all 272. So of course if we get them from the vault, they'll be upgraded. So I guess we'll just go for the, I don't know, doesn't really matter. It's the same chance gamble wise, so let's go ahead and put the gem in the neck, I guess, since it says the highest haste. And then let's go get a haste gem. Hopefully I get gloves this week. Pants don't have haste on them, so not a great slot for locks. Sorry. Vengeance is the same way. Basically want to always just use Feldev on CD and always be in meta. Yeah, seems like a lot of tanks are playing that way right now, so this advice typically makes the most sense any other season. But I mean, yeah, if you're struggling to survive and you're sure it's not, you know, it's probably a lot of things, to be honest, as Blood DK. But one of the biggest ways to solve it is just making sure, the big thing is always on the pull, always have some kind of CD. You want to always have like even sometimes like 2 CDs. Like very often I'll use Rune Tap, Vamp Blood, Trinket, you know, AMS. You have like 5 different CDs now. Vamp Blood is up pretty much every pack if you take Red Thirst, which we won't be taking this week, I guess. We'll go back to Bone Storm. It's just Bone Storm. But anyway, Red Thirst is up constantly, or Vamp Blood is up constantly. Dancing Rune Weapon's up constantly now. And then you're just left between Icebound, AMS, Trinket, if you have Trinket, which you should try to get that. Lichborn. And then, you know, you can take Bone Storm, a lot of options. Alright, I got it. Playing Pally currently, and I am enjoying it. Just trying to improve. You're talking as Pally, I see. Yeah, Pally's a little different. I don't know that much about Pally, unfortunately. But I think it's the same thing with Avengers, or AD, whatever. I don't know, Ardent Defense, whatever it's called. AD, that's what I always call it. That one's another one that you can have up a really high uptime. So if you're struggling with that on Pally, I would definitely recommend taking the Legendary that helps with that. Seems like a lot of people are getting like baited into going like full offensive legendary for whatever reason. I mean, I guess it does a lot of offense, but your job primarily as a tank is not going to be to do damage. So if you're unable to actually survive, then you're going to need to switch to a more defensive setup first and foremost. And the way I look at it is like, if you're doing like crazy offense and then you're dying or you're having to run a lot, then that's just a DPS loss, right? So I'd rather have 100% uptime on the pack and never be worried about dying, then offense will just come naturally in that case, you know? That's the way I've always looked at it. Morning Metro, they uncapped Valor today. Yes, they did. Not really, it seems like a weird thing to do out of nowhere, but makes me think that maybe the patch is soon and they just didn't want to wait. But anyway, that's cool for the Paladin. I guess we could finally start upgrading that gear. I think for Pally, it's knowing which spender to use for which situation, right? Tiago says the most important is to use Dancing Wind Weapon as often as possible and spam Hard Strike for maximum uptime. Yeah, apparently playing Paladin. Anyway, Azrite, what's up, buddy? How's it going, man? Welcome. Okay, we good. Let's do the missions and then we'll get started on keys. Failed a few of them. I do need to do a lot of keys on my Paladin this week, though, so we'll see. I think I'm going to just do Paladin tomorrow. And we'll see what we get out of that. Not sure if I'm going to stick with Prod at this point. Something to do for tank if you aren't sure why you're dying. Record your runs. Yeah, that's... we were just talking about this in the Discord yesterday. That honestly is like the biggest thing that you can do, because you know the person who was talking about it was saying like I don't know, like they didn't really felt like they had any indication of why they died, you know. And it's like that's just because it happened so fast that you weren't able to process it, you know. Like obviously there's that's like the good thing about WoW, like everything of WoW happens on the screen. There's nothing that could be like, you know what I mean? Like, unless something happens, like, where your camera is not pointed at it or something. But it's like I started recording, like, my golf footage. And I was hoping to learn the same way I learned from WoW. I thought, like, oh, I'll just apply the same mentality from WoW. But the problem is in golf, it's like, it's not obvious. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the stats aren't on the screen. I don't have weak ores showing me, like, what my swing speed is while I'm swinging the golf club and shit, you know? So it's actually a lot harder to... like, I don't think people fully even think about that until they start looking at like other sports or even activities. Like, but it's all there. You know what I mean? Everything that you would need to see is there. You just need to have the right UI and the right setup to see it. So, really. All right, I guess we won't do that one then. It's probably worth it anyway. Just for the experience. Alright, let's go pick up the callings and we'll start looking for keys. Might as well start now. And there's nothing that we need. Necrotic Wake obviously would be easy.
My oath is to the forest entire.
Let me get the that is something I will do. I find for that 20 to 40 seconds something is happening to me or I'm holding fine, then the next moment I drop to 10% and die. Yeah, and so understanding why that happens is a big thing that you're going to need to learn. Like, it's very possible that it's something you could have easily prevented and you just didn't recognize it when it happened. I find myself in that boat all the time. It's like, oh my god, look, I missed a kick, you see? It's like I thought I got a kick or something and I missed it, and then it gets off, and then you know, something like that cascades into a death. What's the affixes this week? We have the last week of the rotation is inspiring quacking. So let's see what's out there. I guess we'll just end up doing a lower key. A necrotic wake, I mean, it still technically could give me score, so if we go crazy in there. But it's such an easy key. And of course, Resto Druid. Okay, it's fine. Let's fly over there. Not actually sure when this happened, but House of the Dragon trailer came out this weekend. I've been watching it over and over again, honestly. I'm actually like really excited that it looks. At first, like when they were showing the like promotional stuff, I was like, man, I just don't really think this is gonna be as good as Game of Thrones was, like, especially the early parts of Game of Thrones. But I remembered why I liked Game of Thrones, and it was because like the music and like the dialogue combined with the acting was excellent. Like the story was good, but it was all that. So I realized, like, you know, as long as those things are intact in the series, it's gonna be good. But now that I've seen this current trailer, I'm like, oh, it's fucking gonna be great. Like, it's actually looking amazing. I really can't wait now. All of a sudden, I'm really excited. I'm sure there'll be I'm sure there'll be new trailers too. Calivan, what's up, buddy? Griffin says, since starting to play Destrolock, I hate Necrotic Wake. Why is that? Something in there? I don't know. The 4-piece is bugged and doesn't work in the Necropolis. Ah, that's funny. Yeah, I have the same problem with like Blink and spells like that. It's really awkward. I saw on a blue post that they were moving the Valor cap in the next resets. Yep, removed this week. That blue post came out last night. Came out Monday. Alright, let's see what we got in here. Inspiring. Yeah, I need to see this pet, yeah. Forgot about that one. Oh, looks like we need to get armor kits. We have an art exhibit thing out here by George R. Martin, and it's super cool. Oh, that's cool. Oh yeah, I also edited the text, whatever you call it, the say text box or whatever. I had that set up in Shadow and Legion and or in BFA, and it like broke, I guess. I had to do it again for some reason. I don't know what happened, but Michael Von Stratton, welcome. How you doing, buddy? We'll see how I like it with no border. I might try like with the much reduced border instead, because it's sometimes hard to see over like a white background. How are you? I'm doing good, but how about you? Sweet, I was holding off on upgrading a weapon because of the cap and possibly looting it from the vault. Yep, I totally agree. I hate the Valor cap, actually. I guess I get it, why it needs to be there, but man, it's actually really annoying early on. Like, if you actually commit Valor to something and then upgrade it in the vault, it's like the worst feeling. Even though it's relatively silly to be worried about it. Can I see your talents? Yeah, you can see them right here. Got a weak aura for that. Alright, so we're gonna go. Item on. Been slowly building a Mage Tower gear set. We might mess around with that.
5,
it's getting there.
4, 3, 2, 1.
So I think it's this mob that's inspired. I can't remember. This one? Yeah, it's this one. Quickly mind control this fella. Wait, it's not this one, it's this one.
Come here to be slaughtered as well.
Yeah, go away, thank you. It's been a while since I played DK. Oh, thanks for the sub, buddy. If you have any further questions, let me know. Oh, right, we need the pet to die still, too. And the week after Necrotic is always like such a fucking breath of fresh air, it's crazy. Especially because Necrotic Fortified is so bad. Well, Enhance seems to be the outlier in this group, huh? Is there a reason you run Bone Storm? Yep, I just don't need, there's nothing else that I can do with that talent row on a Tyrannical week. The rest of the other two talents don't help me. I'm EU, so Necrotic for tonight. Yeah, one last hurrah for you guys, and it'll be gone as well. I really think getting by here would be better though, because you get two back-to-back, so I really feel like two back-to-back-ers is really good. But people never really actually get them back-to-back because of how long it takes people to actually get this robot opened. On inspiring weeks, I incentivize my DPS by buddies saying, if the inspired mob die immediately, I'll pull the next 2 packs into this one. Oh, yeah. Nice. Oh, we don't actually have a Kyrian? Oh my god. That's a good thing to do when you put a group together, is have the Covenant buff. I'm going to give you a good tip there, guys. Whoa, Drifter. Sweet. Let's one-shot that thing. What trinkets do you recommend on Blood Decay? The 2 I have are what I would always use myself, but other people have different priorities, so that'll depend on what you're interested in. I'm interested in all-around survival, and that's these 2 for sure. A lot of other people are interested in only keeping up the buff as long as possible. So they might run haste trinkets. No Necrotic Wake with no Kyrian. Yeah, that's a huge error. Huge error, and this is going to make this a lot harder. Well, actually, it's not really. This is only this first boss that it matters. The rest is just trash. That guy just died, though. Cool. Where is this running to? Yeah, Mark is pumping. Wasn't Survival the best one? They're both really good right now. I would take Marksman over Survival, but that's because I prefer range, especially on a week like this. I'm so glad Necrotic is over. It is not fun as Vengeance. Yeah, I don't think it's fun as any tank, to be honest. But it's a lot easier now, so it shouldn't be as bad. This is pretty much over already, I feel like. Once my vault is filled for the week, it's going to be blasting lower keys to farm Valor. Oh wow, really? You don't have I mean, I guess if you still need to upgrade stuff. I don't have any interest of that sort, but no, Kyrian is deplete. I mean, honestly, it probably is. That indicates a level of cluelessness, to be honest. You build a group without actually considering comp, then it's not going to be a good group, unfortunately. This first boss is really the only actual problem, though, so as long as we can actually kill the boss, we'll be alright. I've gotten 0 weapons from the vault for Prot or Rat. Oh, yeah. Me too. I've gotten 0 weapons from anything. Well, at least it's dead. I've gotten trinkets and tier though. Wow, nice. Just walk a boss out front door and reset. No thanks. My demon hunter got Poxstorm last week. That was nice, I bet. Poxstorm sounds good. Heard good things about that one. I thought like Mark's Hunter would play Kyrian. Is that not true? They play Night Fae, I guess. Oh no, this guy's Necrolord, isn't he? Yeah, he's Necrolord. Is it a great week to push keys? I'm not sure yet. It just started. Probably not the best week, no. But it's a very good week. I mean, depends on how you consider Tyrannical, but for me, Tyrannical historically seemed like the easier. Oh, God. Historically seemed like the easier of the sets. But that's changed in the recent season, I feel like. I don't know if it's just me and playing Alliance or what, but it seems like a lot of people are really not very good at bosses. So it makes it a lot harder to succeed on this week than it used to be. Mark says Night Fae or Necro. Oh, okay, it's survival this guy, right? Gotcha. A one-handed strength weapon got shafted this expansion. The only special one that allows it to be sheathed on his back, or either hip or back. Gotcha. Just keep doing keys. Eventually you'll get there. Get where? Okay, let's go ahead and grab that item. Valor cap is gone. It packed its bags and left. Oh wow. Still actually interrupt them even though they're inspired with this orb. What's your reason for playing Alliance? Long story, but basically I was looking for something different after years of playing Horde. But I definitely like the racials a lot better, honestly.
Will be avenged.
I'm so eager to share your underling's fate. Your vaunted courage will be your doom. Your temple lies in ruin. Your brethren are butchered. You have already lost.
Vile monster!
Accidentally pressed Shift 3 instead of Control 3, so I just exploded my pet. Sorry, pet. Didn't even need to go that way though, with no buff over there. Takes a little longer to die when you don't have 5 players alive. Man, I hope they don't release Dragonflight in January. Make it March or April next year. Why is that? January is probably not happening regardless. I feel like that's either too early or too late based on whichever group of people whichever camp you're in. Hey Timothy, what's up buddy? How's it going? Feels weird doing keys for this week. I keep waiting for Spiteful to spawn. Oh really? What was that? I keep waiting for Necrotic to kill me. New baby equals no game time. Right, yeah. Can this week be considered a push week? I mean, I don't know. I don't really understand that phrasing. You can't have every week be a push week, right? I think I think like that's just like phrasing that just has no point in this game anymore. Most weeks you can easily push keys on, like you can do your best key on every week it seems. That's a great tip that guy gave. Kill the ads. Really smart. Never would have thought of that. Every week's a push week. Yep, that's what I'm saying. Like it doesn't really work that way anymore. I think a lot of people are thinking like BFA, where there was like 1 week that was like twice as easy as every other week. But those days are behind us. Mostly. I heard you had a Discord for your stream. How do you join it? It's in the description there. All right. Well, are the weeks to fixes easier compared to last week's? I don't know, man. Sorry. It depends too much on, you know, what role you are, what level you're at. Like, it's just too many variables. In my opinion, as a Blood Death Knight, yes, much easier this week. But that's not really, you know, doesn't really matter. Because tank isn't the only one that has to be concerned. Okay, I guess we're not gonna do anything with that, so we'll just mind control it.
With sacrifice comes victory. The fallen shall serve me again. dust.
I have to use a weapon or two here. Yeah, we're gonna have to just to get past this.
One final act of service. Yes, you will do nicely.
Hopefully we can somehow kill it before the next.
My soldiers rise.
I don't think that's possible though. Maybe I can actually survive. Yeah, I guess I can use the hammer. Can't heal either, even though the guy's alive. Fine. Use all the fucking weapons. Wow, you are so good. Yeah.
Your arrival proved
Matt, what's up, buddy? How's it going, man? How you doing today?
breaches on.
Depending on your role, mostly yes. Tanking, easy peasy. DPS, just gotta help CC and do better single target damage. Heals, pray your team isn't stupid enough to overlap quacking and you're good.
I will lead the effort here. While my
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what like DPS nowadays find easy.
Let us end.
Do they find fortified easy or what? I don't actually know.
Prepare to strike at the next temple.
I'm sorry, what did I just say? Do they find fortified easy or tyrannical easy? I don't actually know.
Ocean have arrived at last.
Why do we keep getting whoa? My god, man. So bad. How good? Just left the orthodontist. My oldest got her braces on today. Oh, that's exciting. Hopefully it goes well for her. My uncle's children have got their both braces. Both got their braces this last year.
Beware.
It is about which dungeon? What? Well, you clarified the spelling of a word that I understood. Doesn't make the phrase any more logical. Guess we're mind controlling this again since people aren't fucking killing it. Oh my fucking god, dude. We've gotten like 5 woes. That's what I'm talking about, like, in terms of, like, the general cluelessness. It's not a coincidence, I find. Better DK tank plus priest, holy, hunter, warrior, monk. Alright, cool. Anyways, this is a tough week for keys. I haven't looked at the affixes yet. I don't know. I feel like this is a pretty easy week, but I've been having a lot of trouble with Tyrannical, so feels like people are like getting less skilled at this game as time goes on, at least on Alliance here, so having a lot of trouble doing bosses. Trash is usually just on the tank most weeks, but bosses are pretty much on the DPS, so kind of just sitting there as a bystander waiting for people to figure it out.
Raw materials are in need of processing.
Super easy week, yeah. I went back inside your opening. Yeah, it's just like no. Pretty much gonna go the whole season without getting any like dramatic upgrade from the vault, I guess. Mark Wilson, is your plater custom or an imported profile? Yeah, I made it myself, and the profile's in the UI video if you want to take a look at that. God, the amount of people who die of that, it's just actually insane. Alright, thanks for the sub, buddy. Too bad we weren't able to communicate. It's gotta be like the most reliably deadly mechanic in the dungeon. I feel like every single time that goes out, somebody either dies or is like get meleeed by it. At least he went bear. Yeah, you didn't need to though. They were both on him. He just should have stood still and let me block them, but he started like running around in circles for no reason. I was trying to block them and he just ran away from me. Always meant to be a freedom weakor for the last boss. Your video was reminder enough. Yeah, it's funny. I don't know. Oh, a weakor. Okay, because somebody actually said you could use a macro. I don't know, like making a keybind for a macro for a single ability in a single dungeon. It's like, I don't know about that. Because you're never going to do that again, right? You're never going to freedom the target of the boss ever again, right? To my knowledge, anyway, I don't think there's any other mechanic. But it certainly makes it easier to do if you do have a free keybind that you're willing to dedicate towards it. To me, it's easier to use voodoo.
You get to work and don't fail me like your predecessor.
My opinion, Fort Grievous Necrotic. In your opinion, what would be the worst possible fix combo? Yeah, Grievous Necrotic, totally agree. I don't think that's even possible though, because those are on the same tier, aren't they? Yeah, they are. Yeah, but that's not actually possible. Is this week good? I mean, it's for me, it's better than Necrotic, that's for sure, but. We've already had these fixes last season, so what did you guys think of them last season? I don't know. Just use target frame, click who he's casting on it, and press freedom. Yeah, I'm just using voodoo, so that's basically the same thing. I can see who he's casting on, and that's that. The weakor just highlights the frame he is casting. Before this, I would have saved freedom for the dumb DPS and bust the chains in the group. Ah, yeah, gotcha.
No! Now I have to rebuild those two from scratch. I can't wait to put your corpse to use. I'll have you in stitches.
Who do ya voodoo? Good one.
I must preserve your parts for later.
Smart.
Imbecile! I'm the one who made you! Impressive ears all over the soul.
My God, man.
Get imbecile! I'm the one who made you!
Yeah, this is gonna be really messy here. We have to pretty much get lucky for this to still be killable.
Simple in construction, vast in potential.
Basically, if those A-bombs... Yeah, they're not going to now that they both cast out at the same time. If they don't separate properly... Okay, I'm gonna be alright here. Yeah, okay, we'll be alright here.
I'll have you in stitches.
Good. As long as the people also know that, then that's good.
Made you.
Fucking mutilates are brutal though, god. Holy shit.
No! Tendrils and nails. Ooh, I don't use those. Your flesh.
Please kill the boss. My god, what a mess. What a mess.
My greatest was yet to come.
Scary. Did healer taunt one off you? I don't know. Wasn't able to focus on that. If he did, he just killed himself. I don't know why he would do that. Yes, here.
Bastion shall be laid to waste. Beware. None can escape the storm.
Oh, I mean to separate them. No, that we just got lucky. A lot of times they'll cast them at the exact same time, and that makes it, like, I mean, virtually impossible. I don't know what you're supposed to do there. But as long as, like, if I'm moving them, as long as the first one starts casting a few seconds or, like, even 1 second before the next one, then as long as I am moving when it happens, the first one will plant, and then the second one will take a few steps and then plant and throw his. So yeah, obviously, you know, that's hard to pull off, but you need a little bit of luck from Blizzard to be able to do that as well.
Had enough of you. Beware. None can escape the storm.
Yeah, no, none of that. Yeah, we had to use, because everybody fucking died on the second boss, so I had to use multiple weapons there just to kill the boss without wiping, and then we needed the rest for the previous boss. At least this fight doesn't have any stupid, like, mechanics that just make it impossible to finish.
Escape the storm. I have had enough of you. Beware. None can escape the storm.
Oh, hey, a Necro Hunter. Yeah. I didn't even recognize that. I thought he might be Kyron, but we don't actually have a Kyron in the fucking group either.
Can escape the storm. I have had enough of you. Beware. None can escape the storm.
Up to 36% Necro on sub creation, 50% Kyron though. Yeah, so that's what I was saying. So Kyron, you're talking about Marks, right? So Mark still does play Kyron, huh? I thought so.
Had enough
I
of
think Necro is technically best single target Covenant. Oh yeah.
can escape the storm.
Yeah, Mark's. Yeah, okay. I thought so. I said that before. I was like, I'm surprised this guy's not Kyron. And somebody in the chat said, no, they don't play Kyron. That's survival. I was like, oh. Alright. Necro or Kyron in keys. That's what I thought, yeah.
Escape the storm. I have had enough of you. Can escape the storm.
Wow, Blood Mallet says best single target is Vent there for Marksman. Probably only for raid though.
Enough of you.
Is it timeable? Nah, no chance.
Can escape the storm. Can escape the storm.
That does hit hard though. See what I was talking about in the video here? That guy loses both him and me DPS. Whereas only him should have lost DPS. It's like he has to move, and then the boss can stay still. But because I have to move, the boss has to move too. You know? So anything on the ground is going to be moved away from, and then he's still going to have to chase the boss afterwards. What's up with the DPS? People still using Fort Week talents? Man, these guys were really bad to be honest. That was a little bit of a carry to be honest, but Hunter and Warlock did really good damage at least.
Forces.
Alright, well that's that. Hunter did good damage, yep. Definitely. Shaman should have done way more damage. Yeah, that guy was carried hardcore, but...
You have my attention.
Lock used the same talents for Fort or Tyrannical. We'll see a lot of demo locks this week because of it, probably. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would take demo this week. Was that guy? That guy was not demo, of course. $2.5k damage healer on a Tyrannical week. That's a druid, yep. Destro Lock should do way more DPS. It's the best spec in the game, you think? Alright, let's see. 22 Necrotic Wake, alright. A lot of keys now. Another Resto Druid. Typical Resto Druid DPS, yes sir. I don't really like the spec, to be honest. Destro isn't good single target, just AoE, yeah. It's also bugged for half that instance. Yeah, that's what somebody was telling me, yeah. Destro's always tier 1 and end of expansion for some reason, is it? Craig, what's up, buddy? How's it going, man? Welcome. I think we'll start recording some of these so we can get better footage of things to make videos. I can remember. To be fair for the healer, the DPS took a lot of damage that dungeon. Not really. That's no excuse. Oh, what's this? It's because Destro needs high haste to do well. So started the expansion with low haste levels. It's rough sometimes. Yeah. Destro is the #1 spec in the raid as well. So I don't know about not being a good single target. I don't think so. I think a lot of people are wasting their time, including Wowhead. Wowhead's like really just fucking confusing people. I really wish that they would not make articles like this. There's no reason to look at the entire raid for overall damage. That's so fucking pointless. The fights are so vastly different from each other. Like, let's actually look at the real stats here. Look at individual bosses, and you'll see a different story. Let's see. I went to the wrong place. Statistics. Okay, so this is like really the only actual single target fight, right? I mean, there's not a lot of them. This is definitely the only actual single target fight, but I wouldn't even really consider it a good look at the damage numbers because there's so much movement. I guess I haven't actually done Mythic, of course, but so you see they're not even above Affliction on this chart. This is Mythic. We could also look at Heroic. On Heroic, it's even worse. Well, maybe not worse compared to Affliction, but worse compared to most of the specs. Then we could take a look at, I feel like this fight is another really good damage fight right now. Heroic here. And again, Destro nowhere to be found all the way down here. We also have Mythic. Let's take a look. I don't know what the difference is on Mythic. Maybe there's more ads though. Seems like a big difference. There must be more ads or something. There's a big jump there. What about Lords of Dread? I feel like it's another good one for DPS. So they're doing well on that fight because of all the AoE they can do. Heroic, same deal. Let's see, Rygalon. Yeah, Rygalon I feel like it's a big DPS race right now. At least it is on Heroic for us. But on Mythic yet again, they're crushing. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, there's really only the one single target fight, which is kind of weird. Yeah, well, I guess Zymox has some ads. They're actually not doing great on that fight for some reason. I guess Anduin? No, yeah, of course not. I wish you could actually just look at like Anduin damage himself. Halandris, I guess, is pretty single target. They're actually the worst spec in the game on that fight because of all the movement, I guess. So, anyway. Do I have to donate to get a response? Sorry, man. I'm just not really interested in talking about what you're talking about right now, man. So, Destro is good in raids with cleave fights and stuff. So a lot of the reason Destro is good on them is padding. I see. Well, it's 8.3 Destro cast bolt spam was really great. Oh yeah. When do we get to see you beat that with Holy Pally? Yeah, I think I'll do Holy Pally tomorrow, maybe, huh? You can change to boss damage. Oh, I see. Damage to bosses? Like it only actually counts the boss. Okay. What's the Anduin on that? Yeah, there's no way that's still the case. Well, Dysogny changes dramatically when you change that, so yeah, I guess it does. It's probably counting the Arthas phase still. What about Rygolon? Industrial's actually top on that. That's weird. By a mile. I mean, I don't understand that. 5K higher than the average? That's bizarre. I don't really get that part, but I'm not sure what's going on there. Why are you interested in your channel's Discord? That's a long story, but as of right now, we're not going to be accepting new people right now. Sorry. Getting 7 power infusions is really reflecting that damage potential on logs. Yeah, I guess that's probably it. Huh? There's a Warlock exploit is why they're so high on Rygolon. Oh, really? Why is that? The only phase for damage that matters on Anduin is Arthas phase. The damage outside of that isn't important. You want to min-max all of your damage into the Arthas phase. I guess so, but I wanted to see the single target damage, you know? I should probably learn Demo, but it's just not as fun for me as Destro. Gotcha. Yeah, play what's enjoyable. Alright, let's just record. Throw the recording on here. The lock exploit basically allows them to spam Chaos Bolt non-stop. What kind of exploit is it? And in Mythic Plus, no boss is truly a single target fight because Destro can put Havoc on the and cleave there as well.
5, 4, 3, 2.
I'm not really sure what your point is on that, but this is definitely a good week for both the Demo and Destro. Alright, so we gotta mind control this fella.
Servants, have you come here to be slaughtered as well? This temple was merely the first to fall. Soon, all of Bastion will burn.
Do you get inspired or get bolstering if your pet dies or is active? Neither, no. That would be cool as fuck, honestly, but the fixes don't affect us in any way. Any positive way, at least. I was thinking that we were going to get inspired, or what was the name of it? Infected. I thought we might get infected, or infested, in Season 1 of BFA, but did not occur. I feel like every Necrotic Wake boss is movement heavy, which is hard for Destro. Then Quacking makes you stop casting 2, so you miss out on some needed Chaos Bolts. Yeah, I think it's probably just not a great week for Destro lock, to be honest, because yeah, Quacking is definitely a problem, right? So the Kyran lock ability, the works on the downstairs orb when they can see it for a few seconds. The proc from the Tilly is like 35% haste and 5 soul shards plus Tilly reset. Oh, you're explaining the boss, I see. I forgot we were even talking about that, to be honest. Aggro the trash. Ideal. See you later, Arms Warrior, F tier melee versus S tier survival. Oh yeah, Arms Warrior. They did get a buff, but probably not enough, right? I was watching Echo do a +30 after the third boss. They make their lock pour out and swap to demo. Yeah, because it doesn't work upstairs, right? It's funny. People get all separated on this boss and it makes it really difficult. I'm not sure, maybe like other people tank it differently or something and I need to take a look at that, but not really sure why people tend to separate on that stage like that. We are going to be fighting this guy for a long time. We can't just stand there the whole fight. Boosting the Destro? No, this is key. Pretty much every key we do, we're boosting the other 4 players anymore, though. They make them leave group with 60 seconds left in the fight, so it auto-ports them out. Oh, wow, that's funny. Sure, that's fun for the healer. Yeah, he has to actually target him because he's not in the raid or the group anymore. That's funny. That's that. Everybody's gonna die. Won't be doing anything with that footage.
Lightbone make master proud.
Call for loss. Complete waste of time playing with them every time. 99% of the time, it's a failure every time. Alright, well, that's it for that one. Hey, Metro, I've run Necrotic Week as a tank in Pugs and have had varying results. Do you have any tips on what weapons to pick up as a tank and when to use them to make the run faster? I should make a video on using the weapons. I wanted to make a video on this a long time ago, but it's hard to get good footage of it, honestly, so... I don't really have any tips on what you should pick up because you need to pick every single one up, and that's just not possible. But yeah, I should make a video on where to use them, to be honest, because there's a couple places that you can make like an immense amount of like I feel like a huge play can be made, but I would need footage of it to make a video, so I don't plan on ever doing the route that uses the one as well, so it's like I would never have footage of it. Maybe somehow I could find footage of it as my, if I play Paladin, my Holy Pally or something. Well, that's that guy again. No, thank you. Looks like it's gonna either be Gambit or Sanguine. We don't really need any of these keys. Already feels like we're just not able to get score anymore in this faction. Guess we'll do the Gambit. It could be fun at least. What's your gear like now, Metro? No change. Haven't had any gear change in a long time. That's actually not true because now we finally got the tier set all upgraded to 278. So we have all 4 pieces of 278 at least. But I did also get the weapon last week. But yeah, I don't really seem to get gear on this character. I don't really seem to get gear on any character. But it's not really needing gear either. So Thank you. If you make the video, I'm going to watch the hell out of it. Even a quick video showing what weapons to pick up on MDT would be great. Well, so you want to pick them all up, right? I mean, like, are we clear on that? Like, it doesn't matter who picks them up. You know that, right? So obviously you don't want to miss any weapon, but you can only hold one of each type. So it's kind of like, I don't know. I'm not really sure what to say about that. That doesn't sound insulting. Every weapon needs to be picked up and used. It's just a question of when. Gambit, you mean streets? Oh yeah, maybe. Oh, look at that. Yeah, that's funny though. I'll take the streets too, honestly. I'm just not sure if yeah, I don't really care one way or the other. Do some herbing while we wait. We're doing Tazavesh, so there's no herbs over there. Got it. Gonna get a weak core I saw that shows where they are in the map, and then try to get them all while doing my route. Yeah, I mean, obviously, knowing where they are is step one, I suppose. If you're coming at it from that, like, you know, the most basic of info, I mean, obviously, I could show you where they are. Where's it at here? Chronic Wake. But yeah, there's one here. There's a hammer here. There's a weapon here. I'm sorry, a spear here. Okay. Now there's a shield here, but there's like no actual use for it. So those three are, you know, you don't really pick this one up, but those two are definitely always picked up. I usually use the first spear on the boss. And then the first big thing here is the orb that's right here. And this is the one that I wanted to make the video on, where, because this orb is like giant. Like you can use both of these packs with the orb, and it just fucking annihilates them. And if you have the Kyrian buff as well, this is literally like fucking like 10% count in like 5 seconds. It's ridiculous. Or you can do the same thing over here as well, but that's the thing I never do because I always use it here. But yeah, basically, like, it can annihilate like huge swaths of trash. Oh, that's interesting. Efficiency score. Look at that. Oh wow, that's interesting. They've actually given like a rating based on the health pool. I wanted to do that years ago, but I just didn't feel like I had the right mathematical mind for it. Very interesting. Three spears in Necrotic Wake, I think. Use one on the third boss, one on the last boss, and third anywhere. Yeah, so it would depend on the week in my eyes, but I like to use 2 spears on this boss here, honestly. I like to, because that boss, I don't know if you just saw what just happened there, but it's pretty, it's a big mess, to be honest. Like, actually a huge mess. If you don't kill that quickly on Tyrannical, it gets so fucking out of control. It's actually insane. So I think the play there is on Tyrannical, always use 2 spears. But on Fortified, you don't need to do that. One is usually enough. So yeah, that depends on the week. We always 2 spears on third boss, 1 on last. Gotcha. Yeah, I like Fortified week. I like to use 1 spear on last boss for sure. But Tyrannical week, I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna use that first spear on the first boss because it's the only one that actually has like it can be a mess, as you see in the groups we just did, if people don't do it right. So making sure that guy doesn't disband the key is incredibly crucial. And then obviously the last boss is mostly just its length that's a pain in the ass. But as long as you, a lot of people will be able to have the hammers for that boss as well, so that can help as well. I usually only double spear the third boss on Tyran weeks, yeah. Did I say second boss? I'm going to say second boss. I'm talking about the third boss, yeah. Doesn't always feel like the third boss, but... I think more organized group orb last boss sometimes too. Yeah, those orbs are also good for bosses too. I think a lot of people don't realize that. If you don't double spear the third boss in a pug, the chance of a disband skyrockets. Yep, I totally agree. It's actually a really dangerous boss, tanking too. Like I could easily die. I mean, I don't know how the fuck we survived that last pull of it. It's actually insanely difficult. All right, well that is that. Thanks, guys. Gonna try that tomorrow. The orb into the name mini boss is gonna be great since he always creates chaos. Yeah, I definitely want to use that there, 100%. That one's easy. What's going on here? Fishing supplies.
Can I assist in your meditations?
Okay, well this guy's offline. Why do I always think the second boss is the third? I do the same thing, yeah. For some reason. All right, let's go report over there to the streets. Now that it's the third season, which dungeon do you like / dislike the most? Yeah, I don't have any dislikes, that's for sure. But I don't really have any likes either. Like, they're all good in my eyes. If I had to pick, it would be Halls, I guess, but that too depends on the week too much. Because the mini boss feels like an actual boss, so yeah. I always get it the other way. I always feel like the second boss is just trash. And the third boss is actually the second boss. You fight so many ads on it. Sanguine Depths has turned into my favorite tank for some reason. Oh yeah, that's cool. I just hate tanking Plaguefall. Oh really? Plaguefall should be one of the easier ones. As long as you have a disease to spell, that dungeon's very easy to tank. Are we gonna get an upper lower Karazhan walkthrough? 100%, yeah. 100%. I don't know when. I mean, we have to be able to test the keys on the PTR. I haven't gone on. I didn't go on last week, but I assume it's still in the same state. No way to test the keys. I just need to be able to create a key for those dungeons, and then me and Cop will do a whole thing, I hope. If not with him, I'll do it myself. I'm really not trying to sit here and wait for somebody who can't even be fucking online for the keys in. I'm actually going to jump on these guys because I really don't. That's very disrespectful in my eyes. I have some leftover curry in my fridge. Excited for it for my lunch. Oh, cool. Steph Curry had a great night last night. You guys watched that game? Probably not, but tell you what, the Warriors look like they're going places this season, which is obviously pretty obvious. There's Halls. We can do Halls. It'll be interesting to see how they're going to manage Sanguine, Storming, Quacking for Grimrail. Some people have zero respect for some people's times. Yeah, it's just kind of, that's just like, God, that puts a really bad taste in my mouth. You're sitting there in Discord and you're forming a group and the guy's not even fucking online, and it's not like he's doing, like he's actually just sitting there waiting for you to form the group for him. It's like, dude, log the fuck on, dude. What the hell are you doing, man? We got a rogue for Venthyr. Grizzlies played well without Jaw, but they miss him. Yeah, no doubt. Did you ever watch the and one mixtape? Dude, I used to love that shit, dude. Hot Sauce, you remember that shit, dude? That was so fucking badass, dude. The Professor's like this fucking like short white kid. That dude's still like, he's making money on YouTube, man. He's fucking crazy. Grayson Bouchard was his name. I used to love that shit. I don't know why people went for Grim. I wanted Blackrock. I loved it in WoD. Yeah, Grim Rail Depot was a massive error on the community's part. And I have to say, even though it sounds maybe kind of selfish on my end, it's an indication of why you cannot let the general population vote on difficult content things in this game. Like, I get it if, you know, you want to just let them vote on what dungeons become dungeons, period, next season or something like that, like next expansion. But, like, I guarantee you, like, a vast majority of the people who voted are not actually even going to do that dungeon. Like, you know, I mean, I know so many people, literally somebody who I was just talking to about, you know, dipping their foot into 20s. I was like, well, they're having trouble with the other side. I was like, well, what was your solution in previous seasons? And the person was like, oh, I just didn't run that dungeon. It's like, what? How do you not run a single dungeon in Mythic Plus? But so, like, that's common, right? Like, so people literally don't even do keys, period. But if they did, they'll just do like one for the weekly, and they'll just avoid the dungeons that they don't want to do. So it's like even the people who do Mythic Plus probably still aren't actually going to do Grim Rail Depot seriously. So those people just fucked us. Like, they literally just fucking voted for something that they have no... They basically just trolled. You know what I mean? They have no way to... They're never going to do the key, and they're... I don't know. They have no repercussions for voting for the worst fucking dungeon. I practice my crossover and fake outs every day, rewatching them. Yeah, dude, man, that's literally like what got me into street ball when I was young. I love basketball growing up, and I still do, but I didn't start, like, you know, street ball until those days. Yeah, it was fun, man. Shadow Moon Valley would be nice, but come on, the cramped one and the bland one. That dungeon is going to be awful. Like, I don't think people fully understand how bad that dungeon's going to actually be. Because it's going to have a lot of line of sight. There's going to be a lot of affixes that completely fuck you in terms of line of sight. And there's going to be a lot of potential errors that could happen just because of the terrain in that dungeon. It's just not a good Mythic Plus at all. It's just not good with affixes. It was not a good challenge mode when the only thing you had to worry about was killing the pack. But now you're going to have to worry about targeting explosives and sanguine and bolstering, and I mean, I'm sure I'm missing quacking. Like, that fucking affix is impossible in there. How the fuck would you do quaking in there? It's not possible. You literally just, you have to run 40 yards away from the mob to spread out enough. There's no actual room left and right of these mobs. It's just not possible. So yeah, I don't know. Not really gonna work out. I hope the Lakers trade Westbrook, but nobody else will take that bum. Yeah, Sanguine on Grimrail is going to be really bad. They went, ooh, train dungeon, let's go. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The people who never played WoD, but also people who probably won't do Mythic Plus seriously, definitely I'll make that statement with confidence. Whether or not they'll do Mythic Plus, period, you know, maybe I'm overstepping on that. But I think most of these people will not do more than like 5 or 6 Grimrail Depots next season. So that's really fucking lame that they get to vote for something that everybody else gets fucked on. I didn't even think about quaking or saying there's just no room there. Like, you're literally, like, if you go watch the footage I made the video on, everybody's like literally 5 yards away from each other. Because if not, they're line of sight. Like, literally, those boxes in that fucking car are line of sight. Now, they could change that, and maybe they will. It's not going to make it much better, but at least then range don't have to be stacked in melee. And that's why the fights in there are hard. The trash in there is hard. Because it has a bunch of denial mechanics, but you don't have anywhere to stand. And it's the same way on the way to the second area as well. That bridge that you have to run up. So imagine sanguine or more quaking. Imagine quaking on that. And the mobs above, they always aggro. So like you're fighting them and they're just raining fire down on you. Well, that's gonna have explosives up there, right? You know what I mean? They're gonna get bolstered by accident. Like all these things. It's just terrible design for a shadow for a Mythic Plus, especially compared to the Shadowlands dungeons. So it's gonna be super obvious, and I don't, you know, doesn't seem like anyone cares. Whatever. I don't really even care at this point either. But it's kind of just weird. It's kind of weird that anybody would willingly vote for that. And then conversely, Iron Docks is like super, like it's so much better. It's such a wide open dungeon. There'll be a couple weird places, but it's way better. Way better. So I think people would have been a lot more satisfied with Everbloom. But Everbloom's certainly a dungeon that has the potential to be shit for Mythic Plus because presumably the fixes that they made to the terrain skips in there are no longer possible. Even if they're not, even if they weren't changed, they're still a huge pain in the ass. You needed certain mounts to be able to do it. But yeah, and obviously like the reason Everbloom was crazy was because of all the Dark Sim stuff you can do. That doesn't exist anymore. To be honest, I didn't vote because I don't remember WoD enough. Yeah, so that's a disappointing thing to hear because it's like, yeah, you know enough about... I mean, I made a whole video on why you shouldn't vote for Grimrail, so it's disappointing that people just didn't vote. That's pretty much why we're stuck in this situation. Because, like, the casuals who just want to see a train dungeon, they all voted. And then a lot of the people who are serious about the game, they don't even look at the forum, so they didn't even know they could vote, probably. Anyway, what else? There isn't much to interrupt for Iron Docks. Iron Docks has a lot of physical mechanics, you're right. There's very little magic damage in there, if I remember correctly. Everbloom had a lot of interrupts, yeah. Iron Docks is pretty boring of a dungeon, in my opinion, but I guess the community one wants the fast dungeons. I don't think they know what they want, to be honest. That's my concern, is that they don't know what they want. I get it, you know, like, it's good to pretend that the people have a right to vote, you know what I mean? But they really don't. This isn't a fucking government, you know what I mean? Like, you're not voting for the leader of the game. You're voting for content that you're now going to do. So if you don't actually know what that content is, then you do not, I mean, you're really not allowed to vote on it. Like, that's the way I would look at it. Like, you can't really be voting on something you have no experience in. That's kind of fucked. Anyway, I didn't vote because all you need is an active BNet, so all the salty Final Fantasy XIV players voted the worst 5-mans. I've heard people suggest that, but I don't. That's a pretty weird thing to say, honestly. I wish I would have voted, but I expected better of people. Well, it was like basically day one that it was clear that it was going to win. It was like 40% of the vote was Grimrail, so... I don't think anyone voted maliciously. I think there's just a... I mean, there wasn't even like 100,000 votes, so I don't think anything was being done, like some tampering shit, but... What's the second WoD dungeon? Grimrail and Iron Docks, yeah. All right, here we go. This one, another one we don't need, but hopefully we can get an easy upgrade and then continue. Go hard left here. I stopped playing at Start of Mists and didn't come back till the very last week of WoD, so I don't know if any of the dungeons... I did any of the dungeons more than once, so I didn't remember any of them enough to vote. Gotcha. Alright. I mean, to be fair, that's why I never vote on in the presidential election, because I feel like I don't know enough about politics, but... You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to be the only one. Like, If that was true, it should be a rule, right? Like, I think that actually should just be a rule. Like, if you don't know enough about the thing, then you shouldn't be allowed to vote. But it's not a rule, so you gotta at least use some discretion to try to offset the bad, you know, the potential bad actors who are gonna vote for something that you know is gonna be detrimental. Yeah, I guess we should probably mount up. Huh? I did not do many WoW dungeons, just got carried to gold rank by guildies for transmog. Yeah, that's a shame here, so many didn't vote. Then you get Sleepy Joe. I knew that was gonna get brought up. Oh, this pack's dead. I really enjoyed some of the WoD dungeons. Yeah. That's great. No one CC'd, but it's fine. We can just pull them. Need to do it anyway. To be fair, the last election was the choice of turds. Alright. Let's not do the American politics thing. Sorry I even brought it up. I knew as soon as I said the words it was gonna. I knew what we were doing as soon as we said it, unfortunately. Alright, so that went very well. It's a very easy week for this dungeon, I feel like. I like Death Surfer Halls because they naturally stun the hounds and stuff. That helps for sure. The A-bombs, or what are they called? The Infernals constantly stun mobs, right? Do you switch back and forth between Kyron and Night Fae? Nope, I never play anything but Night Fae. Cataclysm proc. Oh, not the Infernals? Cataclysm's a spell, isn't it? Or a talent? It's a talent, isn't it? What does the Inspire to Fix do? It makes it impossible to interrupt the mobs that are next to it. The mob that is inspired, though, that doesn't do anything. That mob's still fully CCable, so you can actually just, if you're really worried about it, you can just CC that out and then pull the pack away from it. It's only like a 15-yard range or something. I don't actually know, but it's not that high. It's the 4-piece, I think. It's called Cataclysm. Oh no, that's something else. Cataclysm is the name of a talent that puts unstable affliction. Wait, those spells don't even exist for this spec. Oh, I see. It's probably just one of them and not all of them, right? Immolate. It probably puts Immolate on everything. Blasphemy is the 4 set. Yeah, you can see the little purple guy. I love the purple, the look of that Infernal looks so cool.
Beware.
I don't know what keeps aggroing these. It's like every time we fight this pack, something aggroes those small guys. Okay, very good. Oof, imagine playing Destra and not being top in AoE. Imagine getting woe every single fucking time we fight a relic. I mean, did something happen in the MDI with woe? No. Nothing that could happen. Like, what could happen? They're using a new woe secret strat. Yeah, nothing that could happen. It doesn't do anything other than reduce your damage taken when you're in combat, so we don't need that. They use woe all the time? Yeah, for skips, obviously. People are just monkeys and want to AoE everything? Yeah, that's the real answer. Nothing, nobody's doing it on purpose, I don't think. Nothing happened in the MDI, and to be honest, people need to stop trying to play like their MDI level. Yeah. We've said our piece on that more than enough. Is that finally over now? Don't think so. Oh my god. Fucking, how long does this bullshit go on? It's fucking a month of streams. It's killing my weekend stuff, man, I'll tell you. Too long, yep. Okay, we didn't get that one. Goes on longer than fucking March Madness. Neo actually said woe is the best, but you can't gauge how good it is because it doesn't show up on meters. Said the DPS you gain from going pack to pack is better than or buy. You mean like the fact that you can run faster in between the packs? Yeah, you're right about that. You're definitely not gonna be able to gauge that on meters. I can't imagine that being the case, honestly. Maybe for them, where they're like, every single cooldown is perfectly optimized, but for most people who use cooldown poorly, it's going to be a lot better to get her. Drag it out all the time for the same team to wipe the floor with everyone. There's one more group, then last chance, the global finals down the road. What is last chance? Think of how MDI impact the entire Mythic Plus in so many ways. Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure it does, to be honest, but It's annoying how it's just so unrepresentative of what keys are like. It's so weird. It's like if like the only baseball that can be played was the home run derby. You know, it's like what? That's not baseball. It's a completely different thing. Losers bracket, basically. Oh my god, a losers bracket. Yo, they need to do that for the NCAA tournament, man. Losers bracket would be awesome to watch. MDI's people want to play because meta, honest, mostly, even though they can even play flavor of the month, right? It's crazy that now his team is rank 1 on live now too. Yeah, they are very good. You're right. It's all about having like the right cohesion too. I feel like I don't know who's on the team, but it seems like those guys are so in sync with each other. Like it's crazy. I've never been in sync with anybody on anything. Like literally, like I've never felt like that with anybody, you know, where they know exactly what needs to be done together without. It's actually crazy. That is such like a important part of the team. They played together for years, yeah. I mean, that helps, obviously. A home run derby should be done in MLB extra innings. Yeah, that would be fucking awesome, actually. Holy shit. It would certainly make it a lot more interesting than this nonsense with the fucking Ghost Runner or whatever they're calling it. No one watched. No, I totally agree. Especially early in the season. Yeah, you're right. MDI tactics don't belong to pugs. Don't belong to pugs. Expect to unexpectable pugs. Okay. Runner on second to start is awesome. Get the game over. Yeah. I mean, it helps with that. That's for sure. But it's so strange. It doesn't fucking work though, dude. Like, I mean, it's so rare that. What's going on here? Oh, can you even do that? The answer appears to be no. Anyway, I watched Newa and Junji since Legion. They both communicate so well, and they have the ability to shrug out. That's what I'm saying, dude. They're like so like actually like skilled like teammates. It's crazy. I knew a guy in high school who, like him and another guy that we were friends with, like they were so fucking in sync. Like they were truly best friends. And I've just never had that. Like I guess because I'm pretty antisocial as well, but I've just never really felt like that in sync with somebody where we can like, you know, I don't know. It's like such a luxury. I feel like in a team setting. I've had that playing music. Never in a game though. Oh yeah. That's good. Music's probably just as important. All dead, right? I used to do that with my friend in high school when we play rugby. He'd bait them so we could floor them. Oh yeah. But the idea of like just being like perfectly in sync with somebody is like so crazy. Actually, like I'm very envious of that. There's so many things I want to do in this game that I just can't because I don't have a second me who would want to do them. Even those guys doing the fucking like classic leveling shit, like I actually envy them too. Alright, this guy's close. You can find good pug players and make the team that way. No, that's not what we're talking about. Anyway, he didn't look at the video. Yeah, definitely not.
Be still, mortal. You will be crushed. Cannot be.
Oh god, double fucking empowered or whatever. Scary.
We will break you like all the
It's hilarious. This guy links a fucking chart where one of the DPS did 4k DPS and the healer did under 1k DPS. Fucking sad. Do people double pull here? I don't. Maybe others do. I don't know, but the relics in 2 packs is a little. I feel like that would be hard. I didn't even mean to get both of those, but.
Forgotten.
Your penance is a curse.
I don't think anybody's really worried about the Holy Priest DPS when they're choosing which relic to choose.
Their pain shall enlighten you. Their pain shall enlighten you. Their pain shall enlighten you.
It just looks so much better when it's just white text on the screen, though. Sometimes it's hard to see, but.
Their pain shall enlighten you. You must face your punishment. Their pain shall enlighten you. You must face your punishment.
The way they're making dragon riding sound, I think people who gather aren't going to like it if you can't precisely control where you land and go. Why not? You don't have to use it if you don't want to do that.
You must face your punishment.
You'd still be able to use your regular mount. It just sounds like kind of like a world vehicle, like that's all it is. So. We don't have that right now, so I don't see how it could possibly be a bad thing. Just something extra. As they said, it would have weight and momentum with it. No, I mean, I get the part about why you won't be able to control where you go, but I don't really get the rest of it. I don't think they're gonna like suddenly start putting herbs in. Maybe they will. I mean, maybe that was actually what they were testing with Zereth Mortis. To be honest, you might be onto something. Because you know, in Zereth Mortis, there's those like extremely hard to reach herbs that you can only get while flying. That actually might be exactly what they were like. They were actually just testing that. Very interesting, actually. Now that you bring it up, I was about to say like it's not like they're gonna just start putting herbs in random places that you'd never be able to get to. But no, they might do exactly that. In fact, now that I thought about it, they probably will. I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even say that it's in question now that I've thought about it, because we already have it in the game. Required flying basically to get those herbs. Interesting. Doesn't matter though. There's still plenty of herbs on the ground in Zereth Mortis too, of course. I'm very interested in seeing what professions look like. I'm not really like. I like professions because of like the possibility where they like add content to the game. I don't really like them for like power and stuff. Like I'm not really a big fan of that. But I'm very interested in seeing how it all plays out.
I tire of your boorish presence. It seems I must be gone, level. You are beneath my contempt. Feel the words of your soul. I am losing my patience. Pitiful wretches. Out of my way.
Risky.
Your pride undoes you. I am losing my patience.
Ah. It might be such a way that you need a certain amount of dragons to stamina to get to an area that's particularly high level herbs. Could be, yeah. I think it would probably just be more like it is in Zereth Mortis, honestly, where they'll just be the same herbs that are on the ground, but if you want like the best possible yield, then you'll have to be able to get the ones that are not on the ground as well. The blacksmith quest chain and mop was tons of fun. Yeah, see, I never did that. Is that still in the game? Okay, cool. Anyway, I did the, I've been dabbling with the one in Classic, and I have to say, my god. It's actually like some of the coolest content ever in WoW. And it's just purely profession based. Kind of crazy.
Out of my way. Pitiful wretches.
I think like professions were at their best in Classic because there was so many different things to gather, and they had so many different like ways to gather them. Like there's a lot of people probably don't even know that's ever existed. There's these golems, like these stone golems, like Titan golems, in Ungoro Crater, and they actually drop, or I think you mine them. I don't even know how you get the item that they give, but they actually give an item that's for like only a few profession patterns total. But it's like that kind of thing. It's like I fucking adore that. Like where it's a single mob type. You know, it's like there's so many, and like now in modern WoW, there's just like the same materials, and you know exactly where you get them, and there's nothing cool about how you get them. It's just you get them and that's it. So even though like the crafting power that you might get from blacksmithing wasn't particularly interesting back then, it's just so much cooler actually creating the items. Guardian stones, yeah, that's it.
scratches.
So will you switch to crafting pro? No, I think I'll probably keep. I mean, we'll see. We have to figure out how it's gonna work. I'll probably make that decision after the game comes out, honestly. But yeah, I think I'll probably keep the alt, just like I did on Fire Tree. It was the same way. My main was crafting of something that I didn't even want, really, alchemy, and I ended up making all the blacksmithing stuff on my paladin alt, which is probably exactly what I'll do for Dragonflight too. We'll see how much. The problem with Shadowlands that I didn't anticipate out of the gate was that in order to actually get the patterns later in the expansion, you had to do content that I didn't want to do on an alt. So we'll see how that works. It doesn't sound like that's going to happen, though. I mean, they literally can't stop talking about how everything's going to be account-wide. So hopefully that won't be true. Okay, apparently we DC'd. Oh, we're back. Spires 22 next. Do you think that gold will be account wide? It already is, right? Is that a joke? That's a joke, right? I think they mean not tied to a server. Oh, no, that will never happen. Server economy is too important. If they ever make all the servers merged into one. I thought you had to send gold through the mail to your alts, right? That's what makes it account-wide. But no, I guess you're right. Yeah, if you're looking to send it to other realms, then it's a lot more limited. But no, you can't really. It's just too, like, the economies are too different, you know, on certain realms, so they can't allow, like, one economy to influence the other. The goal is for everything except gear to be account-wide. Keystone Master upgrades on alts confirmed. Yeah, we'll see about all that. We'll see about all that. I think that counts as gear, to be honest. I think what they meant to say was, like, actual, like, influences of gear as well, not just the gear that you have on your character. I wouldn't jump to too many conclusions. Okay, Spires 22. At least we're getting closer to where we need to be on this week here. Spires we have, though. The only 22 we still need is Chronic Wake. And it's on the 23s, but it's, yeah, hard to find. We still have a lot of keys on Fortified that we need, though. I won't participate in that summoning. The person's here. You don't need to summon. Well, you need to run 15s on alts anyway for gear, so it comes naturally. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. Didn't really understand, like, the people who are, like, super upset about not being able to upgrade the Valor gear. I mean, I guess I could kind of see it in Season 2. Season 2 is at least, like, somewhat hard, but, like, if you're not able to do 15s on your alts, then you really don't need to be worried about gear on it. I literally did it, like, I'm pretty sure I did a 15 the first day of being 60. If not, the first week for sure.
We are vastly outnumbered mortals. The Forsworn have cut a swath through most of our forces.
No, we didn't. CC the Inspired. So that's
Push their
unfortunate.
rear guard while I confront devils. Go in service.
Makes it easier to keep alt up to date while doing easier contents. But if you're not doing 15s on them, then what do you need to keep them up to date for? That's like, you know what I mean? It's like a really weird thing about this game's community where people want gear on characters they don't even play to do nothing on. Like, I don't really know why you even want that. If you ain't doing difficult content, well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah. Huh. My guild asked me to keep a DK relatively geared for certain fights in raid, but I am also my guild's top mythic plus tank on my paladin. Cruel worlds. Yeah? Tell them they want that. They need to help you gear it. That's the only fair way to do it. You can't be forcing people to gear alts that you don't even want. The only time I get to play ret anymore is in raid. Anyway, how goes the Metro? No more Valor cap? Oh yeah, Lethal, what's up, buddy? How's it going, man? Yeah, I don't need Valor in this character, but it'd be nice,
all this time it was you who led the Forsworn.
nice on the alt. These people expect you to call everything. To be fair, I should have at least mentioned it before we started the key, but yeah. I kind of forgot myself, to be honest.
Forsworn, see that the mortals do not interfere. You cannot hide.
I finally hit 3K on my Brewmaster. Oh, that's awesome, man. Congrats. I usually pull to the bottom of the stairs here because I have DPS that end up pulling in the mob. Oh, really? Yeah, not a bad idea if you can anticipate it.
None shall be spared.
Hey, we hear a...
Fear the stars. Nowhere to run. Suffer my wrath.
Hey, Devo, what's up, buddy? How's it going, man? Welcome. $100K. All right. 106K actually. Gonna probably want to battle res. Oh, where are you going? They reset the boss. Okay. Poor sub rogue. Took a 106K hit there.
None shall be spared.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Your doom takes flight.
Start giving up.
Suffer my wrath.
It doesn't actually, like, yeah, nothing on the fight makes you take more damage or something. That's a lot of damage. 106K. Like, how the fuck would anybody else survive that?
Run.
Seems like a good push week. What hit you for 106K? The boss? Kintara does, like, the overhand thing.
Practice.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. 107K that time, it looks like. Crazy.
You were fools to challenge us.
Alright, that's that then. Is that physical? Yeah, it's physical, yeah. The overhand smash, that's the tank mechanic. It's always been dangerous. I would have been fine if I was topped off. But I was obviously not at 100% health because I have way more health than that. I like the priest optimism. SOA never feels like an easy Tyrant weeks with pugs. Oh, really? I think it's a very easy key. People just suck at bosses. That's always the big issue. Anyway, let's see. It's kind of weird because there are keys like this listed, but it's like, try it, I guess. But I don't expect that to go very well. But that's it. Like, literally, that's it. It's a 25 or a 21. That's the only options. So, I don't know. Streets. I wouldn't mind doing streets. Was that only one wipe? Yep. Ardent plus Consecrate plus Shield of the Righteous makes that a 27K slap. You can't do that every time, though, can you? I mean, I guess you can keep up 2 of the 3, but maybe you can keep up all 3 nowadays, yeah. I mean, I have physical reduction too, don't forget. I have armor and bone storm, or bone shield too, so. Not like that would have been completely unmitigated. People gave up too easy there. Yeah, I thought that was mostly a Horde thing, but it happens on Alliance too. On Horde, it'd be a little different. People would give up and then argue about it. Without Ardent, it's 50k-ish, so it's livable. Nice. Alright. Streets it is. We can't actually port, though. Our port's now down because of that. I usually rotate between Ardent and Scale. Heard time flying allows those times to recharge. Nice.
Archon's light shine upon you.
Yeah, I guess I just need to have a CD for every one of those or something. I don't know. Shield block. No thanks. UFC was weird this weekend, huh? There's a lot of things. Mother's Day on Sunday. Hopefully you guys did stuff with your mother. Bad overlap gets the king's treatment. I was doing keys last night with a Demon Hunter tank. Why don't more people play that class? I told you, it's good, man. I'm totally sold on it. I wish I had more time to level these characters because it's actually really nice. It seems, I've been watching videos. It seems really good. I called the UFC, didn't I? Oh, did you? I don't remember. Rat God. Whoa, what the fuck? This guy's actually like embracing the name, huh? Tony got messed up. Yeah, that was crazy, actually. That looked like that was about to be an insane fight. Honestly. Their CDs are really strong, but when they're down, they have to kite. Is that right?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That was a sickening KO. So bad. Dana had no idea on his health update post-fight. Oh, well, there's been updates, yeah. Oh, this is Gambit. Sweet. Well, this is going to be a really bad dungeon to have no lust for then. I was like, yeah, it won't be a big problem with streets at least.
Power eludes your grasp, Aldalil. Attempt. See how your wisdom
Power without
fares
wisdom
against
leads
the
to
might
ruin,
of the
Solid.
Titans.
Wait for this guy, I guess.
You are unworthy to lay claim to these relics.
It's here.
You desecrate these halls. Burn, interlopers! Beware. Only fire will purge your trials. Temple must be purified. Beware. Temple guards, come to my aid. Beware.
I don't know how hard that would hit for if I got hit by that. Waste of D&D there. Looks like we can kill in this phase. Yeah, easily done. Again, I end up using Rune Weapon at the end there, like always. It's gonna make this pack a lot harder. Vengeance looks great, and with the uptime on Firebrand and Fell Devastation, their 4-piece gives. They really don't have a mitigation gap. That's what I thought, yeah. Didn't seem like they were gonna need to kite much right now. But it's just always gonna, everything's just gonna live in the shadow of Blood Decay. I don't think I could really enjoy another class anywhere near as much as Blood Decay one way or the other. There's always Hopium for Evoker Earthwarden. Nah, that don't think that's gonna be happening. Honestly, hope they don't make any more tanks. I really don't want them to make new classes, period, so I'm on the wrong side of this conversation from the start.
This was found among the ruins
I want to be mini Deathwing, yeah. Deathwing was not a tank, so I don't know.
Apologies, Captain. Please direct your grievances towards my associates.
You lot meddled with the wrong buccaneer.
There was one leak that was right about everything that mentioned new allied races coming. Yeah, I heard about that, but I don't know when it was published. But he was so cool, was he? Nefarian was always my favorite dragon from that flight. Deathwing was cool, but I don't know, I kind of felt like he was overused. I guess we won't be able to combine here. It's gonna be fun meeting what corrupted Galakron. Gonna be a pretty OP raid boss. Nice. I'm definitely looking forward to the expansion one way or the other.
A chest of gold to whoever brings me there.
It's got so many cool ideas in it. I really hope it works out the way I expect it to. Probably won't, but it's still certainly won't be any less fun.
Wish it was out sooner, really. I definitely don't wish it was out sooner. That kind of thing just ends up with a bad experience, if you ask me. Hey, brother, how's the Blood DK nerf coming along? That was 2 weeks ago now, right? No change, so no changes to my opinion on it. Has not really impacted anything, it seems. Wouldn't be shocked if we get a spawn of Galacron, gotcha.
Let us hasten your demise. We brought out the big guns, Captain. Take no prisoner.
We're gonna have to move. The thing that sucks about this fight is the fire behind you. That really is unfortunate. Okay, blinded it, but actually it harmed our ability to kill him because of that. I have a feeling we'll run into Ragnaros again. Oh yeah. We have a lot of strange expectations from the boss, it seems. Oh, that's unfortunate. Didn't turn it fast enough.
Blast them to pieces. Take no prisoner.
Is it looking like this time next year for 10.0? No way. Definitely not this time next year. That would be ridiculous. Hopefully sooner than that. Watching you cleanly dealing with the ads makes me realize how good Blood DK is for this fight. It's alright. It's not great, unfortunately. I mean, it helps, but you still need the group to actually care about doing the mechanics right. Which they don't.
No prisoner. Cannons, fire! Take no prisoner.
What should be being done is the people should be kiting in front of the boss, but nobody ever does that. And I don't know if that's something I'm missing about why it never happens or what, but like the ad should either be kited directly behind or directly in front of the boss. I'm trying to keep them as stationary as possible to make that more easy, but nobody ever does it. So there must be I can only hope that there's something I'm missing, and that's why, but dragons went to war with the elements to keep them in check, did they? I don't really know anything about the lore, to be honest.
Must you hound my every step?
You cannot control this power. The artifact belongs in a museum.
Only the withered and dead belong in museums, like your cartel. Your cartel has dissolved into dust. I choose to lead mine to glory.
No lust was enough yet. Use it on the first boss. I thought you only ran with a lust in the group. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I definitely was considering leaving this group when they didn't have an actual lust in the group. But I thought it wouldn't have been a problem since we were doing streets, but it wasn't actually streets, it's Gambit. We already have lava type enemies confirmed to be one of the big bad factions. Stands to reason Rag could be a boss? Maybe. Don't think so. That would be a bit weird. He's unkillable. Well, actually, he can die in the Firelands. Okay, we kill him there. Oh, actually, he's still unkillable there. You have to kill him in the Dragonlands. What? The lava troll looking guys, yeah. They're all unkillable. I don't think so. There's a new fire guy now, isn't there? Smolderon or something? Machinery of Death breaking. Release all the previous big bad souls. Yeah, I don't think that works for elementals, does it? They didn't mention that in Shadowlands, so I don't know. How was your vaults? Nah, not good yet again. I got a socket. Feels like gearing is over for this character. Despite there still being quite a lot of gear I need. And most of my gear is 272 or lower. If it wasn't for the creation catalyst, I wouldn't have really any good gear at all on my character right now. All I would have was one weapon. Got to get that heroic jailer's mace. Yeah, hopefully we can do it. The guild I'm in is a fun group to be a part of, but man, they just do not actually care about showing up to raid. Every single fucking week there's like 5+ people that just don't show up. So it's making progress really slow because we have to keep like reiterating the comps every time we fight these bosses.
I will unmake you. Guards, remove these pests.
You miss raid leading. I'm still raid leading. I do not miss guild leading though, that's for damn sure. That was ultimately too much for me. Couldn't do it anymore. Having to try to fucking convince people who, I mean, I don't know. The whole games community has just completely changed from when I started the guild. It no longer was fun to actually, like, I don't know. Very weird. You ever put your group up in LFG when you don't have a lot of people showing up? The raid group? Hopefully that won't ever happen. Hopefully we don't ever have so few people show up that we can't field a 10-man raid. I don't care much for raiding, to be honest, but I always raid Mythic for the loot. Gotcha. I don't care much for loot, to be honest. So. I do things that I enjoy only, and Mythic was no longer fun. There's just so many things stacked against it in recent years that it just made me completely lose all interest. Raiding used to be about like playing with people you enjoyed playing with, and then even that stopped. So it made it very easy for me to walk away.
Guards, remove these pests.
Not look back, especially. Hey, Sarah, what's up, buddy? Metro couldn't handle me. You were a handful, Sarah. You're always yelling about stuff, screeching. Ah! What was that noise? Ah!
Bow before cartels so. Oppose me and be extinguished. How dare you hinder me? The power of the first one.
That's it. Yeah, you got it. Summarized in text for all the viewers. The call of my people.
The realms. I can feel them. All the power of the first ones. Mine.
Do you think they'll stop at Wrath Classic? I really hope they don't do Kata, yeah. That would be... I really hope they would have stopped at actual Classic, but they didn't do that either, so who fucking knows? They're basically just like chasing a money train at this point. It's no longer an actual good product.
Mine to control.
Classic was such a unique idea because of how different it was from the live game. And how, like, you know, like leveling and the world content in general were not only so unique, but also like removed from the game and shit. So if you wanted to do it, the only way to do it was to relive it through that server. But when you start getting into fucking Cataclysm, it's like, what? Why? What's the point? Like, literally, it's still in the fucking game. Like, there's nothing different about Cataclysm. At least Mop had some removed content. I don't know how they can make sense of a classic Kata when Kata was what changed Classic from Retail to Classic. It's what I'm saying, yeah.
The realms. I can feel them, all tools of creation.
Alright, well, there's no reason to be alive right now.
Lie in ruin.
The way they act, it's like they're trying to cash out while they can. I mean, I think that's exactly what they're doing, yeah.
I will unmake you. Guards, remove these pests.
Did you see that they added the efficiency score? I did. When is that added? Just recently? Because I just noticed it today, but I don't really look very often. It is cool, no doubt. I wanted to do something like that a long time ago, but I just thought, like, man, I'm not really good at math. I don't want to make like a whole video series on it and then end up being wrong. This weekend, that's cool. I seen one of Echo working on add-ons that pretty much plays the game for you. Oh, cool. That'll help you. That'll help these guys. Maybe we'll be able to upgrade keys. Now I have proof when my guildies argue with routes. Right, it's true actually. I assume what it is the basis of their health pool versus the count they give, right? Is that what it is?
Beware.
Oh, the stars are mine.
Has to be. But there is more to consider than just that, so I would hope that it's not just that. But it wouldn't surprise me if it's just that.
This power is vast. Bow before
It's like when people were making the gear score add-on, I thought they were actually going to take into effect like the quality of the gear. But all they did was just literally base it on eye level, so you could literally wear gear that wasn't even like 4-year spec, just to have best gear level. I remember season 1 when Gildy wanted me to do a route because he said we didn't have the damage, so I told him to leave so we can have the damage. That's funny.
I have already forgotten you.
They hated pulling the giants in the Murloc room. Those big guys have an efficiency score of 10. Yeah, they're definitely the best, but see, that's the thing, they're really hard. So there's a lot more to take into account than just the health pool. They can easily wipe you on a fortified week on their own. Like, I mean, you're very rarely pulling them alone, I guess. Maybe if you pull them alone, they're very low danger, but if you pull them with the Murlocs, it's very easy to find yourself dying.
I have already forgotten you.
God, this priest really can't AoE heal efficiently. And yeah, this is basically every group anymore. Bunch of fucking, I don't know. Doesn't seem like anybody knows how to do bosses anymore. It's gotten to the point where Tyrannical feels like it's just a completely dead affix for me. People just lack brain cells. Yep. I pull them with a Murloc group that doesn't have a scale binder. Well, it's not about killing it fast. It's about surviving it. The second, like the stacking hit of that mob is very dangerous. It can easily deal like 70% of the group's health on a higher fortified key. So if there's any other damage going out as well on top of that, it's unlikely that it's going to be a safe pull. And that's what I'm talking about. Like it has great efficiency, obviously, but it needs to be a good pull for it to be worth making, you know? If you just pull all like the highest efficiency packs in the game and wipe to them, they're not efficient anymore. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Again, it's just 24 or 0. What makes things efficient is usually their ability to be killed, in my opinion. I'm hoping Demon Hunter keeps Sinful Brand in 10.0, but who knows? Yeah, I don't know. That's not me. Not gonna be me, who knows, that's for sure. I'll know eventually, but you'll probably also know at the same time, so it's kind of pointless. Detail.
What is your quarry?
I expect in next month we'll see talent trees. Yeah, I think we'll see an alpha soon. I think that's on its way. I keep waiting every day to see some, like, every time I refresh Wowhead, I keep thinking, oh, this could be the day. Either 9.2 or 9.25 or 10.0, one of the two is coming soon. You can just kind of feel it. Fury of the Sunwell is now live. Oh shit. Hype. Just kidding. Maybe people will be able to beat the raid more than a few times before Wrath comes out and ruins TBC. Uh, 10.0 will be 4. Yeah, I actually think so. 98 Hall of Fame Horde guilds, 8 ally. Oh wow, it's really that much different. I knew it was really bad, but I didn't know Horde is almost done. Let's take a look at that. What is Hall of Fame? Yeah, it scrolls for a while. 98. Oh, actually, it's done. It looks like 100. Throwing hundreds. Who is the person who said that like they thought they were gonna get it? Hopefully, your alliance. My guild is currently in Hall of Fame on ally when they kill Jailer. Well, yeah, literally any guild that kills. Yeah, did you see the name? That's what I said. You missed that. Literally any alliance guild that can clear the raid will get Hall of Fame. Actually, wait, what? Oh, you got it way wrong. What is this? Is this wrong? What is this? What is this? Am I looking at the wrong raid? Why does it say 2021? Oh, that makes. I knew I was looking at the wrong. That makes sense. Okay, yeah, literally 9 alliance guilds. Yeah. Pandaren. Oh, they're fucking China. 4 of them are not American or not like English speakers as well. Why is there no link to some of these guilds? Where does this even go? It goes to the guild page. How is there no link to these guilds? Oh, it's because they're China. These fucking... They don't have links in China, right? You're not allowed to have links? Yeah, Ragnaros. Eh. That's funny. We saw that name in last season too. Tony Halme Pro Skater. I don't get it. It's funny because normally when you go to the PvP ladder, it's the other way around. Oh yeah. Let's see. WoW PvP ladder. 3v3 arena. Hey Metro, how are you? Michael, what's up, buddy? Long day. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm good. It doesn't really look like it's the other way. Looks like it's also mostly Horde. Dead game confirmed, is it? That's a weird thing to say. What happened to Dilly? Is he still even playing? I don't think he's even playing anymore. $78, I guess he is still playing. 274. Where can we see the PvP score? 2708. That's pretty good, I think, right? 68% win rate in 2v2. That seems crazy. $2,700. Oh yeah, okay. So he's here somewhere. Actually, he's on like page 2, I guess. I don't know. The whole like PvP system doesn't really make sense to me either, to be honest. 2,700 is Glad. Nice. Yeah, he's one of the best players in the world. From what I remember. That's a good key. He was 195. You missed him. I gotcha. Glad is a joke to get now. You have the weirdest statements to make every single time you talk. It's so weird. All right. Anyway, let's see. Hopefully we'll do this key. $2,400 is Glad. Nice. They nerfed how much rating you need for Gladiator. Gotcha. I really don't give a fuck, guys. Really couldn't give a fuck about PvP whatsoever. I don't even know how we got on this topic. $50 wins above 2,400 is Glad. Sweet. Good luck.
My master did say to serve everyone.
PvP easily the worst thing in the game design-wise, in my opinion, and that's saying something because there's a lot of bad things in the game design-wise. I'm surprised. I'm really actually shocked that people even still play it. Yeah, it's way worse. It's like fucking 10 times worse. I'm really shocked that people even play it. You would think that like eventually you would think that eventually people would just like stop, like, you know, like what keeps them doing it if it's so bad every single season? That's all I ever hear is how bad the balance is and how things are like people get one shot and all this shit. It's like, why do you keep doing it? If everybody just stopped PvPing, like if just nobody got above like 2,000, 2,500 or something like that, then Blizzard would be forced to do something. No MMO PvP can be balanced. I actually totally agree. I think like the game as a statement is a bad idea. PvP players are also not the best. They mostly pay people to level at the start of an expansion. That's what I'm saying. Like, just go play a different game. Like, I don't think
I just think it's time to move on. Like, I really do. Like, PvP is clearly not working in this game. It's insanely imbalanced, and even the people who play it always seem to be unhappy about playing it. And it is like, it's actually creating like this very weird shard of the community. Where like, it seems like those people who do PvP seriously, they just want to play on a tournament realm or something. Like, they don't actually really want to play an MMO. They get paid, that's why they stay. Paid by who? I don't really understand the point of asking this question so frequently. You have a key I signed up to. That means I want to do that key. So I will have to take whatever comes with that. So I don't... There's no reason to ask me if I'm okay with it, because it doesn't matter if I am or not. If I want to do the key, I have to be okay with it, right? Maybe they want to give you lead for better ping. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even want to really get into it. Alright, that's our group, it looks like. Still don't have a key finished, so we have to fly again. I had a tank the other day. When I asked him how he wanted to play the key, he said, however you want. I kicked him. Good idea.
Why would anyone walk anywhere?
Okay, let's go to Tazavesh. Has it been mostly disbands today? I wouldn't say mostly, no. Well, I don't even know. I'm just literally just going through the motions. None of these keys I need for any reason. This one, though, finally is something I do need. So we'll feel like we're a little more engaged here, hopefully. Tyrannical in here will be somewhat tough, but if we can actually get it done, this would be a really good key for us. In my eyes, the role of the tank in a key is to lead. They control the route and what gets done. If they say otherwise, I have zero faith. You're right, I guess, yeah. But unfortunately, this happens a lot on the tank's part, where the DPS try to dictate what the tank does. So I think a lot of them are just they're just willing to just move on from that instead of take a stand. Sanguine or Halls? What does this key? This one's going to be Streets. Hopefully, it's actually Streets, right? I really don't want to do Gambit again, to be honest. DPS are brain dead and want to pad. Alright, let's see if it's Streets. Streets is good, yep. Okay, good. It is Streets. This guy's name is Power Play, which is a hockey thing, which is relevant right now. The hockey playoffs are occurring. I'm not a big fan of it, but I know Cop is. Whenever I pug Taz, I keys as soon as I join because 99% of people use that weak aura. I see. Oh, you mean just see what key? Make sure it's the right key, right? Yeah. I don't use the weak aura, but that would help if I did. Oh, cool. My buddy says he's watching your stream right now. Says you've got a good route. Alright, ready to check. Teed up. Oh god, not him. Jesus Christ. This fucking dude literally I can't get away from this dude. Alright, eat up. Got flasks.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's coming for your soul.
Halt.
Well, it's already claimed. Sorry.
Surrender your weapons and follow
Spoken for.
Surely we can come to an alternative.
The Shadow Priest? You brought up that fucking roadblock guy again.
Force
Oh my God.
authorized.
Not again.
Beware.
Blizzard needs to figure out what they want from Shadow Priest. It goes through so many changes, a lot more than other specs. Yeah, don't think they're gonna figure it out. Unfortunately, same way it feels like Affliction and Balance are in the same boat. They basically designed a concept, the dot concept, and it's like breaking the video game. So it's really unfortunate because it kind of has a no niche when it gets removed, right? Like, what do you do when you go away from that niche? I don't actually know. That lore goes way back in the Metro Cinematic Universe. Yeah, it's actually funny, but true. How is that not? What is that? It was actually fucking. That was very strange. I don't think I've ever seen that occur before. It was inspired by a pack that it wasn't even part of. That's very interesting. I don't think there's any cases like that happening in the other dungeons. Can't wait for the spin-off series. Yeah, that was a weird
weird situation a while back. I don't have a problem with dot classes. Yeah, that's the problem. Like, they can't balance them. They can't make fights with multiple targets. Like, it's just always imbalanced with that happens in raids. Which is not, you know, that big of a deal, to be honest, but I don't think it's a big deal anyway, but obviously people who play dot classes do. Did you time any 24s or higher? I don't even haven't entered a 24 yet. 23 is the highest we've attempted. We've only done 1 or 2 in time, I think. This will be among the early ones. Very hard to find keys above that on Alliance. I can't even find the 22s I still need. There's like probably like a half dozen keys I still need on 22 and then at least on 23. But they don't seem to exist on Alliance. Hopefully that problem will get solved soon. I don't know when that patch comes, but I do look forward to trying out, seeing what things are like. I think just taking some time away from Horde has been a good thing. Like, it's a good, you know, a lot of the stuff I said probably just kind of just too strong of a perspective, you know, it wasn't really reality. NA Alliance is way different to EU. Yeah, no, I know. EU in general is much easier to play in Pug. Far more competitive players on EU compared to US in general.
You have been randomly selected for death.
It's because, like, I don't know for sure, but I think, like, a big part of it is because, like, in the United States, like, the prevalence to, like, play video games all day was, like, it was kind of like a big stigma for a really long time, you know? So I think a lot of people just would not want to get into that. Whereas in EU, it's like perfectly fine. Nobody really had any, like, there wasn't really any hate towards gamers, I feel like. From what I've heard, at least. Their countries seem to be, like, completely on board with, like, having good internet. It's like a, what do you call it? A utility as well. But in, like, the late 90s into the 2000s, it was, like, gaming was like something that like losers did, you know, like it was like never going to be like a career. You could never be a serious video game player and expect to go anywhere with your life. So growing up, you know, I was constantly told that if I was doing gaming, it would be like a bad thing, basically. Yeah, I don't know about that part, the crazy part, but certainly like video game violence was the thing for a while too. A lot of people were talking about that. I never really got into that. I am a loser though. Yeah, I mean, so am I, but I'm still like successful enough, you know. You don't have to be a fucking professional athlete to be successful, I feel like, you know. You can still be happy with your life even if you're not the most accomplished thing. There's also a better social net for people, allowing more free time to play. In the US, you have to tend to work more. Yeah, exactly. I didn't want to make it sound like a socialist thing or, you know, bring up politics again, but that's another thing I've heard a lot is that, you know, the governments don't necessarily support that here in the United States. They complain about video game violence, but not movie violence. Well, the weird thing about, from what I've heard between Europe and America, movie-wise, is that in America, violence is very common, but in Europe, it's the opposite. Violence is like very frowned on in movies, and sex is very common, and it's the opposite here. Like any type of nudity in American films makes it rated R. So, whereas it's like kind of like the opposite. No job, no goals, no girlfriend, no ambition. I am an absolute loser. I'm sorry to feel. Sorry you feel. Hopefully you still enjoy your time on this planet, because that's all that really counts at the end of the day. But reel it in, Sean. What trinkets are you running? You can see that right here. I'm using Tazavesh trinket, Codex, and I'm using skill. It's because we were filthy Pigeons. We're filthy pigeons. Is that right? Hey, Sean, at least you got us. We're all losers together. That's the way I look at it. Yeah, like nudity in European films is very common, apparently. Shit hits hard. We're Metro Knights. Call the banners. I guess we have our answer on the frost thing.
A necessary tragedy. Unfortunately, we have now joined the ire of God itself.
Oh my god, it healed the You gotta be fucking kidding me. He put the shield on the relic. Well, that's not something I've seen before. That is so troll as fuck. Like, what the actual fuck? Oh my god. The Metrodome. Yeah, that was a good place. Metronomes. We have a good flow. Yeah, I like that. That is so fucking troll, though. I can't believe that actually happened. It healed the goddamn relic, dude. It's like, nah, we're going. You gotta kill fucking a different relic. Metro Bones. That was actually, oh no, Shadow Bones. That was the name of a priest that I used to play. Shadow Bones. I'm loving Codex, and I finally got the scale. Yeah, they're both great, in my opinion. I like them. I'm for them. It's like Philly toothpicks. Metro Loans? Is that a company?
We require signatures from the city's leading
Yes, this is actually a portal or what?
access to Solia.
Not sure.
If she escapes to your world, the artifact she covets will be in her grasp.
Ah, quack. Quack, quack, quack. Guess I could probably AMS that, huh? Yeah, I should do that. Metro Moans, that's a different one. Something else entirely. Sounds like it would be a Payday Loans place in Manhattan. Look at the ducks. Look at the fucking ducks in the chat. Grixon, speaking of ducks, what's up, buddy? You duck, bro? Metro Homes. Sherlock Loans? Getting weird. Metro Bones. What is that? Metro Combs. Sean Metro Combs. Alright. Another Ancient Dread. Good, we got it. How's the weather been? Oh, it's been really good. The last 2 days have been gorgeous. I did golf yesterday, but it was too busy, so I just decided to only play 9. Me and my uncle are going to go together on Thursday, so we'll see how that goes. Metro Boomin? That's a rapper or something, isn't it? Metro at the gym would be Metro Tone. Yeah. I think you're right about that. He's a producer. I can't believe you know him. I've heard the name a million times. When it's your name, everybody calls you that. Is it this rapper that I know or something? Oh, you're a big fan. I'm like, what? Lil Metro? Yeah. Lil Metro. I don't know. Metro at the comedy club. Metro haha. That one we already had. So I've seen somebody actually get stunned there. Got him. Good one. Metro Chuckle is my demon hunter. I'm sick of seeing woe this week. Yeah, it's really annoying.
Now for the item you have all been awaiting. The allegedly demon-cursed Edge of Oblivion. We'll start the bidding at 5,000. Do I hear 5,000? I hear 5,000.
Yeah, I need to. I was going to make a video on it last week, but I forgot Sunday was Mother's Day, so I didn't have time to make a video on Sunday. I'm going to make a video on why my name is my name at some point. If Metro was a mobster, Metro Capone. Oh, that's a good one.
Wait, how did that beast escape from its cage?
Cartel's eye is not responsible.
For any loss of limb that occurs during this demonstration.
Quack, 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 quack. Hope you had a nice day with Metro Mom. We actually had an amazing day. That was like a really great day. It was so nice out too, man. It was like absolutely the best weather of the year. And ever since then, it's been good weather. Monday was really nice too. Street seems way easier now. Going right, you mean? Yeah. Yeah, it took me a while to convert, but I'm sold. Seems much simpler. Right is not difficult, and it's got better volume, so you can make use of good AoE classes better, but it's just nobody does any of the mechanics over there, so it's unfortunate. If Metro lives in Pennsylvania, I do, yeah. Is that a joke? Metro, Pennsylvania. That is where I live. It's a little sloppy. 2 deaths already. We really haven't even gotten to the hard part. I knew we were about to have another death. It was so windy here on Sunday, it knocked over the grill. Oh, Jesus. That's not good. Metrovania? That's true. That's like a game, isn't it?
Cleanse yourself with annihilation. Prepare for purification.
Metroidvania are good games, that's it. I don't know what that even means, but it means like Metroid Prime and shit, and like Castlevania. Is that right? There's similar games. Is that what it is? I just feel like I had like a revelation where all of a sudden I knew what that meant after years of not. This is gonna be really bad though, because we're not gonna really be able to keep him here. He's so just fucking 30% health. This is gonna be a mess. I think they're both platformers, is that right? Anti-hero. Yes, 2D side scrollers are all about upgrading your characters as you go. That's neat. The priest is trying their hardest to carry this boss in DPS. Is that right? Well, that's nice of them. It just takes too long. Like, this doesn't work if you can't have him die where you want him to. At least there's no melee. Priests are good this week. They pump single target. Is that right? Haven't heard that voice line before the robot. Did someone die? Yeah, you have to die, yeah. You glad you've never heard it? That's a good thing, yeah. Well, we'll probably have another res up before this fight's over. Looks like we've stabilized though. Getting hit by these. You get if whoever had it could come to melee range. This advance is overpowered. Nah, it's really not. I wish I had that spell on Pally. I'll gladly trade Horsey for it. Oh wow, really? Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's definitely got a lot more usefulness than the horse. But as an actual movement speed ability, it's not very good. There's a reason I take Wraithwalk. If you Death Advance, you can max melee during the boss. I tried that, it didn't seem to work. I thought it was possible too myself, honestly. Maybe I just wasn't close enough. I hear too not close enough. Alright, we could have rezzed, but it's over. 18 minutes after that, I don't know. We'll see. This is usually a very easy dungeon, so... It's supposed to be 95 here on Thursday. Oh, I know. It's supposed to be warm here too. I can't wait. I hope it's not gonna be 95, I don't think, but I hope it's pretty warm. Freedom plus Horsey is stronger, I feel. Yeah, Freedom should be better in general. There's not a lot of times when you actually need knockback immunity, to be honest. It's been like only a few raid fights ever, and in 5-man it's mostly just shit like that where it's like not really important. Can stand on the line. Okay, you won't take damage if you stand on the line. That's good. Good tip. Break your spine, though. Oh. Dangerous. Not good to have that happen, I can imagine. Oh, that guy's standing up there? That's funny. Does that help? And traps in weird spots, maybe, because of that person. I think Tiger's Lust is my favorite of those kinds of abilities. Tiger's Lust looks fucking cool, too, I'll tell you. I love the animation of it being used. I don't know, can we actually mind suit this and walk by it, or is it not enough room? I only know Demon Hunter works for sure in Rogue. I guess there's plenty of space.
A friend here. Maybe
A little,
requiring Zoe's
little tight, it
signature.
feels like.
Somebody help! This place is a disaster!
Wait, who is that? Oh, where is Basim?
Hopefully somebody started that RP. It doesn't. I don't see it happening. I don't know what you actually have to do to start it. I think you have to actually go into the room to start it. Freedom is great for chains in San Diego. The streets of San Diego. Gotcha. Never been there. Timer not looking good. Yeah, that's what happens when you spend 10 minutes on one boss. Hero will be back up though. Love San Diego. Oh, really? Well, that's good. I'm shocked people still die to the same stuff. Yeah, I'm not. Gotten used to it here on Alliance. Seems like Tyrannical Week is just way harder here than I would have expected it to be. This dungeon's somewhat new at least, so. You know who 21 Savage is? It's a rapper as well, right? Sounds familiar. Not really into rap, to be honest, but I've watched a lot of like comedy channels that like make fun of rap, so I know if you I know more than you'd expect. Wait, what? Oh, it's over here. Oh, they reduced the Catalyst CD timer. Now it's 4 days. Oh, cool. Yeah, I thought 4 weeks would have been the right time for that. Oh, that guy turtled to soak it. What? Wish those holes would open faster. Dude, that's what I said to her. Holy fuck. Feels like it takes too long. That's what totally feel that, yeah. Laugh Maffeo, yeah, same. Samesies. Oh. Oh, that's not good. I actually had AMS up for it, so I survived it. Someone threw a package where there was no shoot. Was it me? Someday. Honestly, like, yeah, just play on 45 weeks. This feels like the only time we should play. What is this comment? I can't even see half of the mechanics. I do not think it was smart as ping. That's not what ping is. If you can't see half the mechanics, something's wrong with your hardware. Related to your internet. Alright, yet another key that we could have got score from Disband. Plaguefall 23. Cringe, honestly. Most of the group licking the floor for every boss. Yeah, it's just how it is anymore. Doesn't seem like anybody actually knows how to do tyrannical. Like, bosses are just... Nobody actually knows how to do bosses well, so... That was the one thing I will say about Horde. Like, it didn't really feel like there was any one consistency about unskilled players. It was mostly just childish mentality, and that was the only thing that would stop us. So sometimes you get away with it, sometimes you don't. But here on Alliance, it's pretty much every tyrannical week is the same way. It's like probably like 8 out of 10 players are always just completely, like they're just getting killed by every single mechanic. I mean, that guy who fucking turtled, like what are you talking about, dude? That guy turtled when we were soaking. It's like, what? I feel like with Valor cap going away and Catalyst CD being lowered, 925 must be getting close. Yeah, I would agree. I don't think those have anything to do with it, but I would definitely agree just because it is getting close. That points to a DPS mechanic or a healing rot damage issue. Hate Tyrant purely for the fact that some people are just too lazy to do boss mechanics. I don't think that's the case, but people are too bad is that you can't be lazy. I mean, succeeding requires you to not fail, right? So you can't fail and say, oh, sorry, I was lazy. No, that just means you're not skilled. Just not be playing with projected textures. Yeah, that's kind of an important thing to have on if you're doing keys. I feel like we'll get an announcement for 925 next month. So you don't think it's coming soon? Man, the lack of keys on Ally is scary. Yeah, it's tough. No doubt. We have yet to test the new keys or faded raids. I mean, I don't think they're going to really test the raids, do you think? 925 is 4 to 5 months away at least. Holy shit. I swear every comment I read from you just makes me scratch my head. I do not think it's 5 months away. That's a bit ridiculous. If you think it's... I mean, are you trolling? Like, what? You actually think it's 5 months away when they already said what they said about the season? Damn, skipped 925 all the way to 9.25. That's going to be a long time from now. Is faded raids and new instances 925 or season 4? Two different things. No, they said the season will be short. Season will be short. Season 4 will be short, and 925 will not bring the season. So if you think that shit's not going to come out until fucking October, then when do you think Shadowlands, when do you think Dragonflight is coming out? Next December? It's not. There's no way it's 5 months away. I would say probably 2 months at most. July seems right, because that's when they released 9.1. Seems like good timing on all that stuff. 10.0 is coming in. Well, obviously not. It's obviously not coming this year. But think about the timelines, though, dude. You're clearly not thinking about it. So if we know that the current season is going to be the same length as normal, we would say that at least a 6-month season is in front of us, right? So that means that You know, maybe like an 8 month. It's been like more like 8 months. So let's just say like a 7-month season. So that takes us to around July. Okay. One way or the other. And so that the patch comes before the season, which they've already said those words. Now it could just not be true. I don't know why they would say it if they didn't intend on doing it. But if that means the patch comes before the season, and the normal season's length would take us to at most August, then the patch has to be coming in the next, like, we're talking weeks, right? Like, it has to. Unless it's like literally, I mean, unless they're lying about everything, basically. Or wrong about everything. Anyway, they said that this season will last a typical length. 24 weeks total, I think. Definitely longer than that, I think. It's usually, most seasons, ideally, were like about 6 or so weeks. Or 6 or so months. But the Shadowlands ones were closer to 8 months because of the delays and shit. So if you're talking about your typical season from BFA, then you're looking at 6 months. But if you're talking about your typical season from Shadowlands, then you're looking at 8 months. But regardless, they're saying these things because they know like when they expect things to come out, right? So that means that you have a guiding on what they expect, even without them telling us. So like you're basically saying something that's completely in the face of everything they're telling us. It doesn't mean that it's factually wrong, but it's pretty close. Like they wouldn't say these things if they didn't have it already in front of them, right? Like they're not just gonna randomly say some things that indicate when it might come out if they don't already know that that's when it's gonna come out. Like the way Blizzard works is there's a time when they don't know when anything's going on, but as soon as they start talking about shit, they know what's going on. Like, you could always tell. Like there's times in development that are like it's on the other side of a fence, and they're not gonna jump back over that fence, you know. So if they announce something, it's because they know it's happening for sure. So if they say the words, this season 4 is going to be a short season and season 3 is going to be the same season length as the other seasons, then we know that to be true. You know, like that's just, they're not just going to like lie about that. Have they said 925 is when the new season is? No, so that's what I'm saying. So they said that it will not, like 925 does not bring the season. That will come first. And then the season will happen sometime after that. So they don't actually know when the season's going to start. But we know that the patch will come before that season, and we know that this season will be the normal length. So we know it's coming in the next 3 months. Like it's guaranteed based on what they said, right? Unless they're just wrong or something. In regards to releasing content, which do you think is better for the game? The current release cycle every 6 months or so, or release parts of new patch every few weeks? Well, I like how it's so every 6 months is not like that's how long the season is, but there's patches in between that too. Don't forget.
Metro, what do you think is the best healer for Mythic Plus? Blood Death Knight.
Thanks a lot. In the wise words of Sage DJ Khalid, another one. I assume season 4 won't start until they know a fixed date for 10.0. Yeah, I mean, they probably don't have a date on that regardless, but. Well, there's plenty of keys we need. Just gotta get invited to some of them. Alright, let's fill up on water.
I feel like this season it's easier than last season. I would totally agree. Yeah, it's definitely easier. I think like that's not even an opinion, honestly. I can still see 10.0 coming out in December. I think that I might be too optimistic. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's this year. I would say that's really... You mean like pre-patch? I mean, pre-patch could be. It's just got to be a really long pre-patch for that to be the case. The longest pre-patch I think we ever saw was like 8 weeks or something like that. I don't think we'll see 8 weeks again. It's usually been like 3 or 4 weeks recently. But yeah, there's definitely not going to be like a multi-month pre-patch. But if there was, then yeah, it could be December. That water looks nice and cold. It is. It's the coldest. Links in the description. God, no, please. Not January. Yeah, I feel ya. It's unfortunate. I mean, if the expansion comes out when I expect it to, which would probably be March or April, then January is going to be busy, so... I just like the idea of breaking up big patches into smaller ones to keep it fresh. Yeah, that's not possible. Like, what you're not realizing is that, like, there's no way to break these things up. Like, that's why they do the 0.25 patches, or whatever, .x5 patches, so they can do, they're basically doing what you already want them to do. And if you want it to be broke up into even more patches, there's just nothing they can break up. Like, they can't just like add, like, well, let's try to figure out like what they're even going to add in 925. So like the big feature of it, I guess, is the cross faction stuff. So what you want that to be added in like 9.2.1 or something. And then all of a sudden there's like 9.2.2, which just adds like what, like the Dark Iron Dwarf quest line. And then there's what, like 9.2.5 that adds the rest of the stuff. I don't know. It just doesn't really make sense. There's too many things to consider when they're deploying patches as well, like bugs, you know? You don't want to keep adding patches every 2 weeks because then there's just constant bug testing. Oh, we've been invited to a key. Anyway, I actually don't want December because I work retail. Oh, yeah. I don't like the idea of 9.2.1 and all that. Yeah, I think it's pretty pointless. In the past, like in Classic and TBC days, they used to have patches like that, and that was because they didn't have the ability to hotfix the game. But now that they... I mean, look at how many actual changes get made to this game every single week. Like, literally, like, constantly. I think there's literally been hotfixes every single week since the patch came out, right? Many of them substantial changes to the raid content. So in the past, like in the early days, those types of changes would have been made in a patch. But that's not needed anymore. So you really are getting a patch constantly. You're getting a small patch every week, pretty much. You know? Just because they've said it's decently far into development. But who knows what that means. I just think they say that because they mean like alpha soon. Like they're trying to say like, hey, get ready for alpha. It's still going to take them like 8 months to make the expansion no matter what. I agree. I think 10.0 is coming late Q1 or early Q2. Yeah, I would definitely say late Q1. That would take us to what, March? I guess I was thinking like maybe March or April, so I guess that would be early Q2. But yeah, I'm hoping that we can get a... The problem is gonna be fucking... As soon as the game comes out, the golf season would start. Oh, June would be... Oh, man, let's hope it's not June. More than 1 full year from now would be awful. That's a really long time, dude. And again, I think they've already said words that indicate it's not gonna happen. Like, you just gotta follow the words they're saying, right? Constant bug fixes wouldn't be the worst. No, it would be. It would be bad for them. You're just twisting my words now at this point. What I'm talking about is like when you deploy a new patch with like a lot of framework changes, they have to constantly test those things. So you need to give time for the actual live game to be tested, you know? You can't just keep adding new patches that could potentially upset things. Because like the way they work on it, I don't really know a lot about this shit, to be honest, but they basically put like a bunch of shit together in some kind of like internal build, and then that build like takes on a life of its own. And so if there's things from previous builds that didn't happen until after that next build is compiled, they have to get retrofitted, added into it. And so you've seen that a few times. I can't come up with any great examples, but every once in a while they'll make a patch for the game and it'll actually undo a hotfix that happened prior, and then they have to re-hotfix it. So I am a software developer, but we do 6-week patch cycles. Well, I'm sure you're not a software developer for a game that is this size. Because 6-week patch cycles is never going to happen in this game, I promise you that. You're going to use your big streamer privilege to get us all alpha keys? Nah, I'm a fucking... Even when I had contacts, I mean, I guess I still do, but... I'll never forget this. I had like great contacts at Blizzard during the BFA alpha. And they were literally giving out fucking beta keys like hotcakes. Like I'm literally talking about like people who didn't even play WoW or had alpha keys to give out. And I contacted one of the dudes and I was like, hey man, like can I even get like 5? Like I literally see people getting hundreds. Like can I just even get 5? And he logged on to Discord. I saw him go green and then he logged off. So he logged on, read the message, and just blinked me. Didn't even reply. It's like, oh. I guess not. I don't know how this happens, but it's like I've given up trying to... I feel like I don't know. I don't feel like I have any connection to the company anymore, and it's like I don't want to have any connection to the company. Everything about the company doesn't make me very happy anymore, unfortunately. Like not necessarily the direction of the company, but like the physical part of it. Like the fact that they're still not in their offices and shit. It's like, dude, California is just not a place that I could ever live. I can't align with anything that company is doing or saying. This guy doesn't even have score. What's up with that? Change his name or something? Yeah, well, at least go get some herbs or something.
Welcome to the Eternal City.
Time to open my vaults. Cool, good luck. Honestly, all I want is them to take their time. Yeah, you can't take too much time though, unfortunately. I think people don't fully recognize that. Like, if they take the amount of time that you're asking them to, then there's not going to be a video game anymore. If we literally are, I mean, that would just, it's so insane. I can't believe you even said the words you said. 5 months for 925. Holy fuck. I mean, that would be disastrous, dude. That would be disastrous. That would be a complete disaster. I don't even want to think about that. Would be cool if Blizzard just temp hired an internal testing team. They actually have one, yeah. I know a guy who works on it. But there'll always be an alpha or beta because it's like a publicity thing. I don't think 925 is coming soon. It's definitely coming within the next 2 or 3 months, 100%. They've basically already told us that. But more than that, it's like getting to the point where it's like, wow. I actually think it could be coming within like the next 1 or 2 months. I didn't even think about testing the raid. I really don't think that's going to be a thing. Maybe though. If it takes too long, then we'll only get a 10.2 again, no 10.3. Nah, I don't think that has anything to do with it. I don't know if I've actually done Plaguefall since the changes to the set bonus. Obviously, I'm going to do a lot less DPS, but it might not be that much less. That boss is like a complete joke now. For, at least it was. They need to test the affixes? Yeah, they don't usually do that for more than like 1 or 2 weeks, dude. The fucking Season 3 affix was only tested for like, I don't even think it was like a full week. Ocean, if I remember correctly, there was drama in the private testing community not too long ago where devs just weren't listening to feedback or even being rude to the playtesters. Yeah, I actually made a video on that. Yeah, the problem here is warrior. Like, that's the issue, and it sucks, but like, if that guy's not willing to go necro, then like, yeah, it's just fucked. Like, the spec just brings nothing. It doesn't take 6 months to test and affix. Yeah, that's literally like 1 or 2 weeks, pretty much max. Now that you say that, I think it was your video. Yeah, I made the video, yeah. Because I knew a couple guys who were involved in that, and I actually, like, I can't even really remember what I said in the video, but like, I did sympathize quite a lot with them. Necro Hunter would be good. That's true. Yeah, Necro Hunter would be great. Well, this is looking like this is going to end up being our last key. It takes so long to get keys going. Druid is Necro. The one bright spot about the class. I really hope he doesn't invite that other Death Knight. See, it's hard to get a reading on, like, are these people good or not? It's like, there's no fucking keys, so it's really hard to actually, like, tell if the person's good because they really can't be doing 22s and 23s. They don't exist. Unless, like, they exist maybe at different hours, but 6 months on this patch, it would be, well, it's gonna be 6 months, that's for sure. We're already into the 5th month, aren't we? Didn't this patch came out in January, didn't it? It's definitely gonna be 6 months, obviously. But another 6 months, which is what he was talking about, basically. It's like, wow, that would be a disaster. That would be like the worst delay ever. And then at that point, it would be, don't even do a fucking season 4. It would be so long. Like, think about that. That would mean we'd have this season for nearly a year. Right? So why the fuck would you even do a season 4 at that point? Like, you know what I mean? That would be so fucked. It'd be unreal. Especially after Dragonflight. I mean, like, I don't know. The big problem for me is that they always end up releasing these announcements so far in advance, and I was really hoping that this will actually be the first time that that's not true. How long do you expect 9.25 to last? Depends on when 10.0 comes out. That part doesn't, I don't even think about that. I remember seeing Savix make a few videos prior to BFA or Shadowlands, that he was upset that his feedback was being ignored. Yeah, those people are just clickbaiting, dude. The thing about feedback is you can't listen to all of it because it competes with each other. Right? Like, if I say I really like Titan Forging and somebody else says they really don't like Titan Forging, who do they listen to? So my feedback on Titan Forging was ignored. You know what I mean? I try to tell everybody and their brother, like, the system is a great system. You're just coming about it wrong. Like, you're thinking about it wrong.
This is a psychological trick you've played on yourself that you would think that this is a bad system. And as soon as it was gone, all the flaws that I warned about were revealed. Even more than I expected to initially. So I was, you know, I could easily say that I was right about that, but they ignored my feedback, you know. But it's understandable why they did, because big chunk of people were fucking clamoring for something that they don't even realize that they wouldn't want. Hey Blizzard, listen to me. Make my account have GM access. This is my feedback. Exactly, that too. A lot of people are very unreasonable about what they ask as well. They want things that just can never be, like truly account wide. Like that's one of the biggest things. I hear that so frequently. People want to basically just play Fortnite. They just log on and play for a minute, and that's as powerful as they could ever be. And like that's like coming from like, you know, that's not just like casuals and shit too. That's also like skilled players too. Like I've heard so many like actually competitive players talk about how fun the tournament realm is. And it's like, that's not WoW, dude. Do you know that? Like, do you know the game you're talking about is a MMORPG that's all about long-term progression? It just makes me wonder, like, how did these people start playing the game in the first place? I really don't know. Alright, I gotta step away real quick. I'll be back in a few minutes, and hopefully this key will actually happen. Oh, we got a healer, it looks like. Anyway, that's fair. I'm with you about Titan Forging. I like the system. It was always exciting to have a big BIS Titan Forge, yeah. I kind of liked reforging. It was nice being able to swap secondary stats around. They ultimately removed it because they didn't have a way to make it like a permanent integration in the game. So you'd have to constantly leave the raid to do it. It caused like a lot of degenerative behavior. Holy fuck, this guy is actually just like a noob. Anyway, they wanted that way because the way they play, but not everyone plays for 15 hours, 7 days a week to be world first. No, so yeah, you would think that that would be the opposite, right? Like those people wouldn't have any concern with having tons of time on alts, right? That's why it's so weird.
Just have to fucking say it. Like I'm sick of. Anyway, no, but they don't like their alts. They want it all free to win faster. Yeah, you would hope that serious players aren't like that, but I don't know. At this point in this game's history, I don't know what to think. I'll never forget the first time I like experienced this. It was in Legion. There was this chick who was making guides, and they were like a very accomplished guild. Like she was like one of the top so many raiders in US, and she would be making these videos saying like how my guild is gonna break up because of how much work it requires to be one of the top guilds. It's like, well, yeah, no shit, dude. Like it's fucking hard to be the best. Like what the fuck do they think? Like what are you talking about? It's like I remember saying, I'm like, you can't complain about how hardcore trying to be hardcore is. Like you're choosing to do that. Like that's why most people just play the game fucking casually and they progress at whatever rate they progress at. Like some players are more skilled than others and they progress more with less hours. Some don't. Some need more time. But it's like, I'm like, she's like fucking like basically like bitching at Blizzard. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking? So that's like, I mean, ever since then I've always been like really against that, like that whole mentality. It's like if like, I mean, this happens all the time with professional athletes too, but it's like if all of a sudden LeBron James came out and said like, man, you need to stop. Like, I'm not going to practice anymore. It just takes too many hours, man. I don't have time to practice. You know, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? You're a professional athlete. Like, this is what it means to be a professional athlete. Necro Warrior does no DPS. That's fine. We don't. This is what I'm talking about, dude. Like, what the fuck? You can't like do this dungeon and have people all like refusing to do anything. It's just there's just not enough options, especially with a warrior in the group. Somebody's got to do something. You can't bring fucking 4 people who do nothing and expect the 5th person to bring it all. Anyway, it's pretty much Blizzard. How dare you make me work for my ego? Yeah, it's like, why even play at that level? Like, they were raiding like 5 nights a week, and they had like 4 alts mandatory and shit, and she's talking about how difficult it is to have 4 alts in Legion. Don't fucking do it then. Like, what? I mean, what are you talking about? This isn't Blizzard's problem. You're the one who chooses to play the game this way. Anyway, complaining and being a pro takes effort. Yeah, that's literally what it was. And it's like ever since then, I've heard more and more and more people say it. I mean, the guild just broke up and they basically just said the same thing. It's like it's too hard for us to be a world first guild, so we're gonna break up. It's like, why don't you just raid a couple days a week? Like, you have to be a world first guild. That's the only thing you're satisfied with. Okay. Have fun. Good luck playing whatever game you're gonna play instead. Just get a regular job at that point, right? Well, I mean, some of these people make more money than they would with a regular job, I'm sure. Because you think it's an ego thing. Yeah, it could be. They don't want to like give it. They don't want to go backwards. They don't want to like admit that they need to change to be a better player. I don't know. Like for me, this game is like so. It's like, it's such an ego check as it is, dude. Like, look, I could literally get fucking one shot by a boss that I've already done, you know? Like, I mean, that boss in Spires, he hit me for 106k. Like, that's the ultimate ego check in this game, dude. You know what I mean? That boss literally fucking killed me. I mean, he almost one-shot me. You know what I mean? How could you have an ego? Like, when the game is literally so, like, humbling at times. It's like golf. It's the same. That's why I like golf so much, man. They're, like, so fucking similar. It's actually crazy. It's so similar to WoW. It's wild. There's even like the social thing too. Like people even act really weird in the golf community. And like pugging in golf, it's like it's actually very similar. It's so weird. It's because they have nothing outside the game. So if they lose the thing that makes them, they all F4. Yeah, psychologically, you're probably right. He realizes it. Anyway, they could go back to speedrun WoW Classic type raids. Yeah, I mean, probably a lot of those people did probably go back to Classic. That's true. They get too attached to the game. I think they like let the game define them. And like they don't define their interest in it. Like for me, like I have a clear definition of what I do in this game, you know? So they would have to really fuck it up for me to not enjoy it still, you know? Like I am very secure about my place in this game, whereas a lot of these people aren't. They're like hanging on by a thread because they've attached, like they put all their eggs into a basket that isn't a sustainable basket, basically. And then as soon as things go poorly, they're gone. In the end, it's just a game, and if you're not enjoying it, just move on. You know, and that's a whole different problem. Which guy is he talking about? Oh, this guy. What the fuck? 20 to 25k overall. Okay. I believe you. Oh, wow. People's ego in WoW is insane. In game, they act crazy, but outside, they are shy as fuck. Yeah, I mean, that's probably, you probably say that about me, to be honest. I have a much different personality and forward-facing persona than I would in real life. I mean, I'm sure everybody's that same way. That's why they call them keyboard warriors after all, right? Like, that's the phrase is... These people are tough when they have the ability to be tough, but then as soon as real, you know, real-world circumstances come up, everything falls apart. This group's extra chummy. A warrior making checking logs and stuff when inevitably he's gonna find some way to break the key and leave after one wipe. Yeah, this would be a tough complete regardless. But we do have a Necro Hunter, so that's good at least. We still have no disease to spell though. That guy was way too worried about seeing the ads on the first boss. All that time and no dispel, yep. Not gonna fuck me up, but... Anyway, nice Necro Hunter. Let's go. I'll have the pet though. Your rate. It's crazy too, because that guild that just got sponsored before they disbanded, now all that's gone. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand why you would disband a group in that situation. It's like, I can see if you're just like a regular group of people who just gets together every once in a while, but if you're a fucking like paid team, I think a lot of that is like actually like they don't get along anymore. I bet that's probably more and more like the case. I remember, what was that Chinese team? There was like some Chinese team that like actually the fucking Wowhead article said there was IRL PvP. That was funny. Caused a lot of stress, to be honest. Liquid also just gave up and went home. Yeah, it was a very hard raid. And that's like super, it's like super embarrassing, honestly. And it's because like people just aren't doing things for the right reasons anymore, man. They're not doing it because it's challenging. They're doing it for fame nowadays. And so when that fame comes a little harder than they wanted to, it's a little bit tilts them. Pretty sure it was just the head of the guild that wanted to stop because the 2 American players in pieces already joined Liquid. Oh, really? No, I'm sure that's the case, yeah. They all cheated for the kills. Oh, yeah. It's probably like what happened was probably like there was like a group of the guild that was like, we want to be even more hardcore. We want to be the best guild, you know? And then the guy who was in charge of everything was probably like, fuck, dude, I don't know what more I can do, you know? So he was probably, it's actually like a eerily similar situation. He was probably like, all right, well, that's it. I'll let you guys go do your thing. Much more than that, Faxi. They had to basically rebuild 2/3 of the roster for every single tier. Oh, really? That sucks. Yeah, I mean, I bet that's a problem, right? Because, like, I always wondered how there's, like, constantly new people in Method and shit, or whatever it's called now. I constantly see new people in those guilds. It's like, where are they getting all these people? They're certainly not finding them in trade chat, right? Oh, this is going to be awful, Timothy, 100%. This is going to be probably a 5-minute key here. But we do have Rogue at least, so. It's just a tough key on Tyrannical. But really, the first boss should not be the issue. I don't know if this guy's just not done it recently, but. I think I did this on 22, right? Pretty sure. We might have even tried it on 23 at one point, and it was like the first boss. It's super quick now. Make sure you record this one. Yeah, I mean, if it's funny, we'll take a clip of it. Liquid and Echo poach. Yeah, that's what I figured. That's kind of sad, unfortunately. That's how. That's why like sports have like rules in place against that, right?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh shit! I almost like fell off. Took a hard right turn there for some reason.
The House of Eyes has finally sent someone to kill me. You're welcome to try. The horrors within these halls will make quick work of you. Stradama's plague
The
will
whores?
soon be mine.
That's fucked up. Do this last week. I don't pay attention to the race, to be honest. Yeah, I agree. It's just not very fun. I don't have much interest in it. course Warrior dies to slam. Is that what killed him? Thought he might have pulled threat, but it was the Rock Kelly that had threat. Oh my god, man. I fucking hate when this happens. No charge traps for small slimes. Well, he was dead, I guess. Not worry about that. Not needed. They're gonna get through one way or the other. No binding either. He used binding. Saw that one for sure. I guess we'll have to wait on that guy. It's a lot of stacks of this debuff. Nine stacks now, holy shit. $72K. Wow, I last time was 40K health. Wow, holy shit. I almost died. Luckily, this should be the hardest trash for me. I've passed the hard part for sure. The first pack is definitely the hardest one. Now we gotta wait. Those stacks are insane. Yeah. But it's pretty much over now.
Intruders, you will be devoured whole. The disease
Still doing quite good damage. A leak was just posted about a book linked to Dragonflight coming soon. Neat. I'm not a big fan of books, but glad to hear other people are. Yeah, it's still actually beating DPS pretty easily. What? Well, that's it for that. Yeah, we're fucked now. Have to kill that, I feel like. Well, I ate it and that's fine, I suppose. Oh, the fucking puddle's gone too, wow. Didn't actually realize that that had like a... Never actually fought this boss and had the puddle disappear. It's actually shocking that I'm still able to do this much damage. I think it's really not even that much, though. I think they just also did bad damage. Alright, that's it. You have 2 Necrolords, so you can double dip the puddles. One collects as it spawns, and the other just before it goes away. Wow, that's interesting. I didn't actually know that. Rogue forgot to blind, or did it break? Yeah, I don't know. That's probably gonna be where we have to end it. I don't... Not a lot of keys anyway at this point, so... Over 4 hours, so 22 streets. Yeah. All right, that's it. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm leaning towards Holy Pally, to be honest. I think I'm gonna do some Holy Pally tomorrow. So we'll be back with that, and then figure out what the rest of the week looks like. So thanks for watching, guys. We will see you in the next one.